Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Feel faded.
Woo, woo, woo.
Ooh, let's go.
Session 37. Time is changing dramatically. Sessions are going up there in numbers, and we're all becoming older. The sun is coming out and making me blindingly blind. All right. It's just like slowly it's getting brighter. I love it. Okay. So we had spent the last session, we were at Felgim. We went through the artifact room, noted as kind of a treasury. There were a number of items that were kind of taken. There were some items that were left. We had kind of like, hey, we're not going to stay here for weeks on end, especially since there is some time separation. We actually glanced over that point when Porik had mentioned it. It was a 7-to-1 thing. It actually switches and stuff at random intervals of things, which might have a play into actually teleportation in general. So the Bag of Devouring is named Artemis, just an FYI to the notes. Now, Porig talked with Maldor a little bit. They had not a heart-to-heart per se, but more of like a philosophy to philosophy, right? And so Porig kind of was like Old One Devour, same thing, kind of question mark, an existence of like realities as well as timelines and stuff. Porig was approaching that in more of an open way to being like, well, if they're the same thing, then could it be that there are multiple periods of like how this thing is acting or how it's kind of this maybe is like a new leaf or something like that, and so there's a little bit of play here towards Porig, and Porig was really open to the possibility of what you were saying, Maldor, right? That was kind of the underlying foundation of the conversation. um, One of the things that they hinted towards that was that the old one could be to balance the deities after stating that the deities descended from purposed creations or entities, right? So actually like creatures, quote unquote. And that fundamental kind of play is sometimes overrules in like deities' fundamental functioning. So it's not that they're higher power, they have their higher power, and they have their own purpose, their own kind of conscious and agendas, their own decision makings and stuff. But prior to that, what deities were before, which is studied through time and trying to understand creation, is that they were pushed by one purpose, right? And that is what kind of made them be the way they are. And so that could have some factor into how they are now. So we talked about Helm, right, and how that works. So then we went to a small fishing village that was abandoned with a dock, probably like a small port village, right, with a dock to greet guests or people who are coming from Alathan from the library. They used to do recruitment there. So we found a forge that was remnant in the sandy dunes, bolts, fishing rod by Tegan. Absolutely ruthless. And then the Golden Hand, we interacted with them. We made friends courtesy of Nameless, which seemed to have some connection to the old one, and as well as connection to you all now. And it seemed that they are running rum and other goods and kind of storing at the Isle. So they're using that. And they mentioned that the Golden Hand it's definitely a multifaceted organization, right? Kind of thing. And they are making way to Alathan. So after dropping off a shipment of goods, they're going to be running to Alathan and probably picking up some more stuff and then heading back to the Isle and vice versa. From there, who knows? So you all were able to get voyage on the ship, courtesy, I said, is Nameless, and then we all this, other things you might be able to offer. But there is an aware that you all are adventurers, right? That was something that you stated. So, and being Captain Morgan, they know and understand that your purpose is not on the ship, right? Your purpose is not to stay there and work on the ship for months on time. Okay. So that really sums it up. Obviously, fishing pole lost. By Tegan. But Tegan's not with us today, so Tegan, courtesy of their instructions, is going to be brooding. So they will be brooding down in the lower deck in the bunk quarters of the crew, and they will just be kind of chilling for this. I'm going to go ahead and activate our scene here. I'm going to say, let me see, it's pretty large, so I think I have a fog thing going. Yeah, it should be fine. Let me go ahead and activate that and see what it's like with everyone's screen. So the fog and the rain seem to be really chugging lately. So it's obviously super dark. I think it's going to be okay. All right. I think we'll be okay at loading this up. So there is rain happening right now. So I'm going to create some ambiance effects, just obviously of what is happening upon here. So give me 1 second. And then I'll tone some of these down because they're going to get pretty loud. I don't want deck activity that low. Down. And then there is rolling thunder, pushing in from a storm that's coming from west east, and so you're kind of like not outrunning it per se, but you are in the position of pushing away from it, and then eventually that storm is going to come up on your backside. You have a tailwind right now, so everything is working kind of in your favor. Obviously, it's super dark and you can't see anything. There are lanterns that have been pitched to give some little bit of light, but not a whole lot. So it's just a kind of a soft light to help guide, rather dim. So they've kind of turned them down, these oil lanterns, so that way there's not too much visibility, and for good reason. When we started off this this game, our campaign for the and you all have the pleasure of actually all being here, except for Thanos, for that first session. You are aware that there is a Talthar blockade at the mouth of Cedric Bay, which is a span of great number of miles. And you've never actually seen that or interacted with that. And so the Golden Hand here, Captain Morgan, currently in the captain's quarters, many individuals are top deck right now. Even in the dead of night, they're really up here, and they are making sure that everything is centered around. They're adjusting sails. They're keeping, like I said, the light and other things and movement stuff. They all have a purpose. And the commands and the instructions, right? It's not like your typical militarized ship here. Everyone has a place. They know what they're doing, and when they're interacting with each other, there is no interactions of superiority. No one's coming up to someone and saying, hey, you need to do this, right? They're asking them and being pleasant and polite. There are a great number, they're diverse species or different rate, right? So they have different backgrounds, stuff, and they all have kind of that uniform of that robe and everything, and that's currently over top, felt braced from the wind and the rain. And they're really working here even into the night. And as that begins to kind of shape, some of them do go down below to eat food, right? Smoke is coming up from one of the chimneys that extends at the bow region, and then the lower deck has, right, different stoves and tables at the galley. And there's a map for that in case people want to interact, but just having a little bit of foundation upon the ship. Given time as well of how long you stayed on the Isle, I've adjusted now, reaching out of the waters and out of the influence of that Isle. I've actually adjusted the time of the day, so you will see that there is a jump that has occurred for the time that you spent on the Isle, and that has traversed over to now outside. You have yet to get to the mouth of Cedric Bay, but you are pushing at a great pace, many knots here, and everyone is just kind of allowing. So Tegan, right, had the fishing pole out. They're trying to, fishing pole broke. They were offered one. They've gone below deck to kind of brood. And so we're really traversing into, really going into an area of here of maybe fast travel, right? Or maybe you all want to take some time to talk with Captain Morgan, get some more information. And so it's really up to all of you and what you'd like to do. This boat is headed for one destination. That's Elathid. They're not going to veer off course. You're all just kind of riding with the ship, right? Not guiding the ship. So, what are we doing?
I think I'm gonna get a new familiar. You're inspired by the ocean. You're gonna get a guppy
Wow.
or a tuna.
I love it. What are you gonna do? I mean, what familiar are we looking at here?
I'm thinking. Probably an owl if I had to guess. I don't.
Okay.
What are the familiar options? Where would I find that?
So for find familiar, the options you're going to choose one of the forms. I don't think that the Foundry has that form built in. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think Foundry. Bat, cat, crab, frog, toad, hawk, lizard, octopus, owl, poisonous snake, fish, whipper, rat, raven, seahorse, spider, weasel. And I think that is not put into the spell here, so I will go ahead and copy that into chat.
Ooh. I'll do a raven. Yeah,
A
that's
raven,
what
huh?
I'll do. Yeah,
If you
raven.
thought Alexander was a dick,
Right, you better choose the most emo.
No, I don't
fucking-
want him to talk. Can I make it to where he won't talk?
I want to mute Raven. It's a Raven. They can literally talk.
They literally talk out loud. They
Yeah.
mimicry.
Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. I like the ability mimicry. That seems cool, but do I
So-
actually want to deal with a raven?
I think it's really. I think this decision is going to be up to what you want you to use the familiar for. If you're going to be using the familiar for like scouting or observations, then you're going to have to obviously take a flying familiar here. But if you're not going to use it for scouting or observations, don't underestimate some of the other kind of land creatures in the list, right? Because they do actually add quite a bit of utility in a melee or ranged fight on the ground, right? Or if you're in a water environment, right? Just having a familiar that can interact in the water as well. Obviously, I don't think we're at that stage, but so don't
We
discount
haven't
that.
reached the underwater level yet.
Yeah, and then the bat is particularly useful in fog. So because they have echolocation, they can perceive through because they have blind sight. So the bat actually would be really good in the marshes.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll take a bat since we're. Can I? So I have a question, just of like logically how it works in this game. If I summon one and like we get along, can I change his form without changing the personality? Is that possible? Or like if I change the form, it's like that's it. That one.
Okay,
that
so-
I had.
So personality, I create that. Familiars don't actually like talk like that. That's kind
Okay.
of that's kind of my GM. I like to put a flavor into it because I think it's really unique to say you're pulling some spirit out from the astral, something out into the realm of cosmos, and then you're pulling that into here. So it should have some consciousness. It should have some interaction.
Okay.
With that said, I think you at this point, if you don't like Alexander, I think you should just dictate what you would like in terms of it, or you can just say, "Hey, give me something else, and let me see if I like that."
Yeah, that's what we'll do. I like it. I think it's fun that you just make it up. Me and Alexander we had a breakdown of our relationship, and it's time to move on.
It's time to move on. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll
All
do
right.
a.
I mean, Thanos murdered him like 5 minutes after you created him. That's part of it.
Yeah, that was funny. But yeah, we'll do.
All right.
We'll do a bat,
Okay.
and for the name of the bat.
Yeah.
All right, let's think here. We'll name
The
him
re-
Oliver.
the real question is, do you summon Alexander and firebolt him first before you resummon the new weather?
It's part of the ritual.
It's part of the ritual.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm probably just gonna let it go. I'm just let it fade.
Rest in peace,
We
Alexander.
weren't here. We weren't here for a good
Mhm.
time or a long time, but I will remember you.
Oh, it was about a month.
I wasn't that long. I got him like, I think right before he went into the marshes, so it wasn't that long.
Well, with the timey-wimey stuff, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, but yeah,
pretty
like
close to a month.
actively dealing with him, it's not that long.
I don't know about you guys, but when I about like died or whatever, I lived another eternity, so it just feels like it's been forever.
Yeah, maybe don't do that in the future.
Yeah, try not to die.
So I'm going to configure Oliver. Oliver is going to have. I'm going to configure Oliver's senses here, so because it's not pre-built in. So they have a blind sight out to 60 feet. That means it's sense and visibility is what they particularly have. But then sense and visibility. I think sense and visibility lets you see through walls, which location is going to be blocked by walls. So I'm going to put at see invisibility is what I'm going to put for the detection mode, and then they're going to have just dark vision on chromatic lighting. So, okay. Change the name. Remove your permissions for Alexander. Rest in peace.
Rip Alexander, dude.
I don't know why Thanos cares. He shot him in between the eyes.
He shot him right away.
Target practice.
What's target
Right.
practice?
Oliver should be in the summons tab. So they have see invisibility as detection mode because they're on echolocation. So unless they're deafened, right? They basically that vision, because you are an owner of it, right? So that vision is going to now be placed to you as well. So just note that their vision will be your vision in terms of like how they're responding and things. So, which again is going to be particularly helpful in the fog or even visible creatures, right? That might come at you. So that is a nice familiar to have. So this is going to take a while, right? This is a long process to find familiar, to re-ritualize, and kind of create something else. Takes a good amount of time. Generally, you have to, I think, kind of go through a long rest. Let's see here. It's 1 hour. Okay. Yeah. So it'd be kind of like a short rest type deal. Okay. No worries there. Plenty of time on the boat. Is anybody else doing anything?
I think after like pacing back and forth, kind of feeling, trapped looking out over the ocean, having nothing to do, I'll probably approach whoever's barking orders and ask them to put me to work and try to learn a little bit about sailing, since we seem to be in the, some boat shit all the time.
Okay. So you're able to find someone on the ship. Again, we don't need to roleplay that. We'll just say you find someone on the ship in terms of the nearby, able to grab. And they're very much eager to teach you and to help you out and learn some of the sails and some of the sailing techniques, right? The terms. So that way it kind of begins to build a foundation for you and becoming more efficient, right? In sailing, perhaps, or just in general navigation. So they're helping. You're definitely taking time to do that. So they're helping you in that endeavor. Okay. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. Everyone's just chilling.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
How many people on the boat?
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
we-
if
do
we're,
we go
I don't
over?
know how much time is passing, but if we have time, I was just gonna look in the tome for a spell.
Absolutely not.
No more spells for you.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You gotta
No
look to see if it's
spells.
not there. So
Huh? Yeah.
you gotta look to make sure it's not there.
Yeah. I'm just making sure I don't have it.
I actually have been reworking items. That item has been reworked, particularly for the campaign in terms of like unique items and stuff. So you're on one of the older item gens, I should state. I can give you the details of the new one. You can pick which one you like in terms
Sure.
of if you're
Yeah.
not
What's
happy with
the
the result.
new one?
Okay. I love it. It's like I immediately want to try out this.
No,
Yes.
I mean, honestly, this is fine. I've gotten a lot of spells out of it, so.
Okay. So rename to Tome of the Holder instead of Tome of the Beholder. Just curious if copyright stuff. So upon speaking the command word, the tome can be used. After the command word has been given, the user can speak a spell. The tome has a 50% chance of revealing it. The tome can only be used once per day. So you are kept to a cap that you can't just continue to use it. However, you may be able to, you may ask the book for the same spell again. So it's not instead of saying, oh, I don't find it in here, it's not actually in here ever again. I now can try again the next day, but you're kept to a cap.
Well, I usually only used it once a day, so. Yeah, I'll use the new version then.
Go ahead and remove the item in your inventory, and then I'll drag the new one in.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sweet. And then yeah, I'll just look for a Featherfall in it.
Okay. Go ahead. So also part of this too, it seemed really unrealistic trying to get people. I love it.
It won't matter. It won't matter.
That's awesome. So part of this is, it seems really unrealistic for players to try to keep track of, right? To try to keep track of
With
each spell that
failures.
they're looking at. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could just create this massive list of spells that are not in there or in there. So
It
it's
was
just-
it was pretty big. I think I had gotten to like 15, like 10 to
Yeah.
15 that weren't
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, nah, this is So, so the tome has 50% chance of revealing it. Unfortunately, with 39, it's not revealed to you. And the command word there, it's actually put into there, but it's a formation of deep speech, which is what the creature uses in terms of language.
How would you
to
pronounce
interpret.
that?
I pronounce it Roca Licola, but that's just me. And then I did it with like a really deep guttural voice. That sounded pretty cool. But yeah.
Like that?
So, but yeah, exactly. It's how I was feeling. It's pretty cool sounding.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That's sick.
So, trying to add more depth to some of the items and things, just rework is part of the experience you're all in. It's all play test, so just giving you the benefit of the doubt. Because I know you haven't had luck.
I mean, it gave me a lot of spells, so I can't say like it was a bad item, but I did miss as many as I hit at least. And then I definitely went on a roll for a while where I missed like 3 in a row or 4 in a row,
Yeah.
which was funny.
Yeah. Okay. So everyone's just kind of along for the ride then at this point. The journey itself in terms of time is actually going to take a decent amount. I mean, the Cedric Bay is huge. You're going to be traversing over at least 180 miles. The ship is fast, but it is not that fast. So in terms of knots and then conversions and such, you're looking at about 4 days of actual travel on this boat to get into the middle of the bay and then set your eyes on the port city of Olathe. Okay? So fast tracking this and continuing through, again, you can roll more if you want to. It's your choice. But I'm actually going to come across to the 21st here as I set the current date. It should be another error. And then I'm going to turn the clock just a little bit here in terms of time.
So I have a question. Because of like where I'm from, it being like a port city, have I ever heard of the Golden Hand before, or is this like an organization that I have like no clue what they do?
I'm going to have you probably, being a noble, I'll probably have you roll a history check. 15, yeah. So I'll probably say that you have heard of the Golden Hand. being from Glenbark, right, and having the Isle and these certain things, right, you know that your navy is bolstered. The Golden Hand does exist, but they particularly don't pose a challenge or threat that you know of in your area. There are more of smugglers, right? But the history check kind of comes into not just saying like, oh, what they've told you, but more that it alludes that there are tales and fables of the Golden Hand across the world, because they span the world in your history here, is that the organization is kind of about freeing and liberating, which some of the tales say pirating, right, into that liberation. So
Right.
they're very fitting
Liberate
that
pirating.
exactly being like, looting and other things have happened. They also have had particularly kind of raids, maybe inland as well. They've been found on isles. So that all kind of goes into some tales, but particularly from where you're at in your backstory, you don't have any challenge with the Golden Hand. They don't run really in your waters. And they keep to a more secrecy, right? They're more secretive and things, probably, if they do operate, which just kind of adds more that you wouldn't know about. Nobility sides, too, right? It's just not
Right.
something that happens.
So generally, from my knowledge, I know them as smugglers more so than like pirates.
Exactly. Yeah, you would say, hey, if the ship was caught up by the Navy during checkpoints in some of the outer isles from your continent, right, and they have little bases, naval bases and stuff, they would be inspected for goods, and if they found them, they'd be smuggling. And then they'd be like, oh, I think they have some association with the Golden Hand, that kind of language, right? But they wouldn't be concrete of that. During your stay here for just the 3 days, as I traversed and setting the time clock, again, you can continue to use the Tome of the Holders to look through more spells. Obviously, any of you can change up what you're doing actively for just relaxing, chilling, that kind of thing. One of the things that you do know is coming down into the galley and eating. They do eat well. They have a large food supplies of diverse across the world, so storing things and getting fresh stuff. They do that routine. And in addition to that, they have change of sails. So they actually have full compartments held on the sides of some of their storage areas on the outer beams and hanging from some of the decks. So they actually have different colored sails and flags. So they change the whole look of the ship. So when you're spyglassing, you're going to see the ship completely different. Not to mention the magic that some of the Arcanists have been using. You might have illusionary magic to disguise the ship, in addition to the fog, right? They're moving around the ship to disguise it. So that is kind of adding more, a little bit, kind of adding a little bit more to the mechanisms of the ship. And the ship is also pretty small in terms of how large a galley can get, with like 4 different decks sometimes, and things. So this is just 2 decks, brigantine kind of lower class, so that can add that. Now, the reason why we've come to this particular time is because there is activity, okay? So
we would have taken a long rest at this point?
yeah, so everyone's taking a long rest.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bring us to this map, just to get us off real quick. So, and I'm going to just narrate a little bit up to this point, okay? So everyone can go through a long rest here. And then you, Lucar, have taken about 3 days, right, towards half proficiency or proficiency with sea vehicles, right? So you are on your way. You keep track of that in your character sheet. Just put a little note down. Oh my gosh. The sun is hitting me right in the eyes. Okay. Not a good time for a dark map. So, during this time of travel, the storm has cascaded and has now rolled over you. The rain has increased and the lightning is starting to strike through the water. When that happens, you actually can observe the lighting of some of the Talthar naval ships in the darkness. Because of the way the planet is and the horizon, right, you actually can't see that far out because the curve is pretty severe. And so from the crow's nest, you notice that they've been observing during the day, keeping the fog around the ship as best as possible to try to protect and to try to disguise the ship. The spacing of the ships is massive. And so it's really about this boat in particular shooting a gap that might be more wide than others and just moving as quickly as possible through. So the previous day is when they did that, okay? So they had gone through with the cover of the lightning storm and the fog. They pushed through, and then through some of the lightning striking, you can observe those Talthar warships, which are kind of these lighter frigate-styled ships that are made to kind of ram, lasso, and rope your sails, bring down your masts, and board you. Remember, the Talthars don't have cannons. Nobody really around the world has cannons. It's just a new thing that's starting to happen with Temerians. So it's in certain places in the world, right? So they pride themselves in the way their naval ships work in trying to land as quickly as possible if they're attacking in an amphibian assault, or they try to ram your ship and be as quick as possible about it. So they're not big giant ships. They're actually little ships compared to this ship that you're on, which kind of starts hitting you in the brain a little bit, being like, oh, it's not that impressive. But there's a lot of them. And so the lightning striking and the mouth of Cedric Bay is about 40 miles in span. And this is a coordinated effort from all of these ships to be out here and docked. And they rotate and they move, right, back and forth from Alathan, where their actual naval base is. So we're on the day past. You've traveled through the day, and everything seems to be okay. The storm is still hitting and striking. It's now kind of over top, but something strange happens, which is why the bell of the ship begins to ring. Ding, 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 ding. And as you're below deck eating food, you're probably your dinner at this point in time, right? You're serving. A lot of the crew are kind of coming outward of the woodwork from their various places and getting to top deck with the signal of the bell and the monsoon whistle blowing out signifies something in their code, that it's something is amiss. And when you come to the top deck from the base of the stairs, you observe that the storm cloud seems to be swirling and not pushing over as it should be to finish its press into the direction of the continent and dwindle itself out. Instead, it's swirling, and it seems to be striking in a cylindrical-like pattern. And as that happens, the wind begins to shift and change. And we now come to the scene.
Could I say as soon as the bell starts to ring, I cast Mage Armor?
Of course. There's plenty of time in between this. I'm moving you're changing and traversing our map. You see the Arcanists have stopped the fog at this point, so we have visible sight lines. The sun is beginning to dwindle and dire down, which poses a challenge upon seeing outwards. There should be enough. I don't think that dark vision is still a factor at this time of night, so I'm trying to look real quick. Yeah, I think you all can see far out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I pretty much meant that towards your human.
The human can't see either. I'm not the only
human
one.
and the Dragonborn. Yeah.
The human and the Dragonborn. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and increase the deck activity just a little bit of what they're doing. So you have a little bit of, not yelling per se, just kind of being more boisterous and more loud. So I'll create that sound effect for you. And you notice that they're all looking in the direction of left, which I think is starboard. Not really good with naval. I'm sorry, don't yell at me.
I think you're right.
Starboard's left, port is right. Okay. Yeah. So they're on starboard side with the cannons. They're currently loading the cannons because they're observing the change of the sea off the deck as the boat is beginning to tilt in the direction of starboard, and a whirlpool-like effect begins to grow off the starboard side. They begin to throw and load the cannons. They're pulling the cannons back off of the holes, loading a shell in, and after they load the shell, they're uncorking these vials filled with a whitish liquid, turning them in, letting them drain down, and pulling them out. Upon that, the runes underneath them begin to glow, and then the bronze-like metal begins to entrace that same glow out towards the tip of the cannon. They then pull the cannon back in through the hole, and they get ready to fire from just a switch, like a trigger, like a gun. It's as simple as that. There's not anything else that they're doing here. So as they're getting ready to do this, you notice as Captain Morgan is kind of talking and vocalizing towards Nameless in the direction of the Arcanists. The Arcanists are moving, and they're changing their hands as if to use abjuration magic, such glyphs or wards, right? And some of that stuff is interacting with the ship, and so they're actually creating maybe a bubble of some kind around the boat. Captain speaks. Get yourselves ready. A Kraken approaches. It's simple as that. Arm the cannons. Face starboard. Prepare to fire. Arcanus. Protect the ship. Nameless. What do you see? You see his Nameless turns and is holding up on some of the rope in the ring. So standing up on the railing, kind of turns in the direction of the helm and holds up the hand and points towards the water. And you can now see the swirling has become increased. And the people on the actual crow's nest are up there. They begin to slide down now. They don't want to be up there. And they begin to now assist in some of the loading of the cannons and the shells. Our new friends. If you're fixing to help, why don't you take one of the cannons and show you how it works, huh?
Fuck yeah!
Captain does not seem to be afraid of the Kraken emerging, which is really astounding to you all and has allowed you all to push through that would otherwise be on the cannons on the starboard side, take their place.
Can I don't even know if this would be possible, but like since I have a background in the arcane and these seem like kind of powered by arcane means, can I see if I understand how these cannons work? Like
Roll an
what
Arcana check.
goes, yeah, like what goes into how they work.
24. So you haven't seen the cannon fire yet, so we're going to take the 24 along seeing the cannons fire. But you have an inclination that the liquid is some method of powering up, and then it uses the rune underneath as kind of a propulsion mechanism, almost to inactivate it, and then it's going to launch the shell through some propulsion mechanism. You haven't seen it exactly, so I can't give you that, but you go through the check.
Yeah.
So you're kind of replacing them.
Like I don't know if I'd be able to know this, but do I know what the liquid is based off the check, or not really?
You don't.
Okay.
No.
All right, that's all I want to know.
Okay.
Not to take up too much time.
No
I was
worries.
curious.
What does it smell like?
Okay. So I'm dragging in now into your character sheets the actual the item of the cannon. So you can actually click it from your character sheets here to use it.
Oh, that's a lot of range.
Understand what the capabilities are if you actually look into the item, how much damage it does, as well as the range of this cannon. And this also begins to help with some of the lore of the Warfront to the far south, and why it's not just a shit show. So it's adding some more in depth here, just interacting with the cannons in general. As soon as Arcanists begin to shield and begin to bubble, Captain Morgan begins to yell out in the general direction. Becomes, for a brief moment, dark and dwindled. The lightning begins to light up the space. So as lightning begins to strike and begins to change the dramatic effect of the scene, we now see the creature begin to emerge itself with its tentacles upraised, coming out of the water in the middle of the map. You see its tentacles as well as its body.
Jesus.
As it begins to rope itself upwards and swirl, this is the middle of the whirlpool, and the lightning begins to strike in dramatic fashion. I need you four to please roll your initiatives.
Maldor, what happened?
Dude, I never roll above a 5 initiative on Maldor. That's just how it is.
So this is not a traditional 5th edition fight. So these characters around you will not be in the initiative order. They're going to be going kind of simultaneously with their endeavors. And then the only other creature that is on the initiative order is the Kraken that has emerged itself with its tentacles flaying and moving, and begins to pull itself in the direction of the ship. Okay? So, there's start of round 1. What are we doing?
I'm in range to shoot this thing with the cannon, correct?
Yeah. So the cannon itself has a range of 48,000 feet, which is many, many miles. This is a cannon that's capable of bombardment from many nautical miles off the coastline.
Yeah, let's let this thing rip. Let's see what this thing can do.
Push the button.
So when you push the button, it'll create a template. You need to move that template and try to target the token.
I will put it in the middle of its face. God damn.
Okay. So as you fire the cannon off, you see as the cannon, just like a traditional cannon, is going to pull it with the pulleys, and it's going to blow backwards, and then the pulleys are going to catch it. The crew on either side are going to pull the cannon back with you to usher it so it's not going to crush you, and then they're going to load it for you. Okay, so you're not loading the cannon. The crew to the left and to the right requires 3 people per cannon to begin to load it and putting another shell in a liquid. They also have to clean some of the previous kind of liquid out of it, right, with some cleaning tools that are now kind of laid, and now they're put up onto stands to the left and right of the cannon. Based on your Arcana check of a 24, signifies that there is electromagnetic propulsion with this cannon. It is simply shooting out like a railgun. So as it fires off, it's propulsing the bolt, and then the actual ball itself is filled, and then it kind of explodes outwards into multiple bits of shrapnel, kind of implodes with this very nice, beautiful kind of reddish-white light, like a firework as it explodes. You hit into one of the tentacles, and as it kind of hits in, it kind of crashes and pulls back. You've dealt a total of 555 points of damage to the creature.
I think as Bear shoots it, he'll be like, "This is incredible!"
You notice as the creature takes the blast and kind of pulls itself and continues to whirl and thrash.
That'll be it.
All right, so at the end of your turn, and before we come to Thanos, you see as the creature begins to move, and there's a lightning strike that comes down in the direction of the ship. And as it strikes downwards, it kind of hits into the large bubble that's been created of the vessel. So as the strike comes downwards, you notice the Arcanists are using their abjuration magic, and the lightning kind of hits downwards and begins to spark and crack for a brief moment, and then pulls back, and then there's like a shimmering effect from the bubble. The legendary action, no effect. Thanos, you're up next.
Good God. All right.
You get 4 attacks with this thing, right?
No, this takes a full action, right, to work.
We're gonna aim for its eye.
I can't even see the damage. It just gave up.
Yeah, me neither.
It did just give up.
It literally gave up.
I see a dice on the screen, and it's just covered in like numbers overlaid on top of each other.
I love it right now. This is great. Did you give another roll for it? See if it is it because you're bugged out, or is it because is it like lagged out?
I think it might have lagged because of the dice.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna refresh, see if it forces the roll while I'm refreshing.
I love it.
Maybe it's my end.
Let me see if there's any error codes coming out right now.
I don't know, the 40D20 may have something to do with it.
Might have something to do with it. Why don't you roll the 40d20 manually and see if we can at least get the roll out? Maybe not have it in the work order. See if he'll do it. There you go. All right, so this has a base of 100 points of damage. So your 40-20 is added onto it to do 512 points of damage. As it crashes through, explodes
Get those numbers up,
and another
Thanos.
tentacle.
Hey, I rolled above average. I'm okay with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else on your turn?
Nope, I will end my turn.
All right. Again, another legendary, another strike. And it cacks down onto the ship. Lucar, you're up next.
Okay.
Oh,
He's aiming for the other eye. Let's go.
All right, so 539 points of damage is dealt. You see as it takes the blow and pulls itself backwards from some of the tentacles, just kind of whirling from left to right. Creature is still very much alive.
Definitely fist bumping the guys on either side of me before ending my turn.
Okay.
I
We now
love like
come-
he is. Oh, sorry.
Hmm?
I was just
No, go
gonna say I love how the captain is so unbothered. He's letting untrained people shoot the cannons because they do 1 billion damage.
Is that remarkable? You're just gonna laugh.
They,
Yeah,
they may
I'm just
be
laughing.
a billion damage, but that thing is still barely wounded, by the way. We'll throw that out there. We've done
Yeah, it's still,
1,500
it's still
damage.
incredible. All right, yeah, I was just throwing that out there. I was laughing at that.
All right, you see as the creature begins to move, holding itself in the direction of the ship. I'm going to move it in sequences here, just because the token's so large. As it begins to swirl itself, now its head pulls up just a little bit, kind of showcases its squid-like body just on the upper half of itself as it whirls. There's a telepathic screech from the creature outwards into all of your minds. As the telepathic shriek finishes, there's no words that are spoken, it's just ear-piercing, kind of eminent kind of sound effect that comes through in your minds. The creature then goes in through a series of attacks as they begin to swirl themselves at the ship. The tentacles are whirling and smacking into the barrier. For a brief moment, you see the Arcanists are moving their hands as they hold. You notice that the crashing of the tentacles upon the ship this round, they're able to protect, but then the barrier begins to dwindle for the next. Maldor, you're next.
He's gonna shoot the big ugly.
All right, so 550 points of damage is dealt. See the creature pulls back and whirls. Lets out kind of a whale-like noise, now audible from itself.
And as a bonus action, he's just gonna, just in case, he's gonna hang out back here.
Okay.
Echo's gotta watch this.
All right. We now are going to come. Let's change the sound. Let's not do the same ambiance again.
Man, Tegan's missing out. This is so much fun.
Tegan will be in the corner screaming if we're on.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the fuck is that?
He'd be like, here we fucking go again.
Nah, what are you talking about? He'd be like, "Where's that metal fishing rod? I got this."
Oh, this is his fault. That's probably how he lost his fishing rod.
That is probably true.
He caught the damn kraken.
It just knows that there's a reptilian delicacy on board.
All right, so in addition to your cannons, the other crew that here, there's 2 other cannons that fire in similar fashion. I'm just going to create a broadside-like sound effect. Have a cool little sound effect of broadsides. Anyway, so they're going to fire off their cannons in the direction of the creature. You see as the creature takes the blows and kind of pulls itself back and is still very much alive as it is kind of now pulling itself ever so closer to the ship. The barrier itself from the Arcanus is dwindled and is relatively down. They're kind of continuing to pick that up, and you see his Nameless is just holding onto the rope and staring off in the direction of the creature, and the Captain Morgan is laughing. Dead bears! Alright. Bear shirt next.
Fucking fire again. We'll go for its mouth this time. Oh no, that's a weak shot.
Hey, get that damage up, man.
What you get for talking?
Alright, 458 points of damage. Kind of smashes into the creature. Creature pulls itself back. Warlick.
Yeah.
Alright. Thanos, before your turn starts, the creature is going to take a legendary. As the legendary comes through, you see as lightning begins to strike downwards on top of the ship. The lightning is going to strike, let's see here, one of the Arcanists towards the back side of the boat. As it strikes down, the barrier is still somewhat there, and so they're kind of holding it upright, and the lightning kind of hits into it and then breaks through the barrier. So this Arcanist fails, trying to dodge out of the way, and is hit with 23 points of lightning damage and is struck through.
Well, that's no good. Alright, I'm actually gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark this thing in case it decides it wants to go underwater.
Okay.
Good call.
Prepare for the biggest Hunter's Mark of your life. No, it's gonna be like a little tiny thing on top of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I couldn't even tell that I was targeting it earlier. I
can't
had to
even-
zoom in on a corner. And then yeah, then we pew pew. Okay. Use ability and aim for that left eye. Or I guess
What if it's?
right.
What if it's dice so dice with you? Oh wait, it went through.
The Hunter's Mark
And
went
the
out.
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark damage. We gotta get the Hunter's Mark damage, baby. All right, so all right, what is that? 513. So 513 points of damage. As it does, another chunk of damage crushes through. So you see, it kind of hits in, blows off one of its tentacles, begins to pull it back down into the direction of the water.
I will end my turn.
Ending turn. You see another legendary taken. This time in the direction of the other Arcanist. Lightning comes through. As it strikes down against them, lightning breaks into the barrier, then down. They take 27 points of lightning damage as it crashes through. Lucar, you're up next.
Okay.
You smite with a cannon. Cannon smite.
I'm actually going to grab this guy behind me and have him replace me on the cannon.
Okay.
As I go over towards Nameless and this Arcanist, I'm going to cast Protection from Energy on the Arcanist.
Okay. Alright, should put an effect on them. Okay. Adding damage resistant to lightning for 1 hour. Okay. Towards you. Thank you so much. Continues now. The moving of the hands and chanting, right? So now you're hearing audible sound effects from them trying to cast magic through and protect the ship.
Hell yeah. Oh, ending my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the Kraken. The Kraken speaks telepathically to all of you on the ship. I am Kala. Give me the chosen. As another tentacle comes crashing down in the direction of Nameless, the Arcanist, and Lucar. Tentacle as it comes through. Let me see if I can cycle through. Okay. All right, and then multi-target. Fantastic. Tentacle swings. Okay, so 26 is going to come through. It's now coming into the side of the boat and then coming downwards. This is just a kind of club over top and then slide through. 26 is going to hit all three of Nameless, Lucar, and the Arcanist for 22 points of bludgeoning damage. Assigning damage appropriately. Seems like Nameless has some resistance to the bludgeoning damage as they kind of grab themselves and bend downwards, kind of taking the blow. And you can hear the actual heavy chunk of the metalwork. So it takes the blow, begins to pull itself. The next attack is in the direction of the center point of the cannons, which just happens to be the 4 particular targets that are maintaining the cannon that you actually moved away from, Lucar. The tentacle comes through. As it smashes down. You see as the Golden Hand members here that are on that cannon are going to be taking uncanny dodges. So as they're taking their uncanny dodges, they're going to half the damage. They're simply battle. They're looking at the tentacle coming in. They're going to quickly kind of get underneath some of the cannons and the woodwork of the metal. And then when it comes through and comes crashing downwards, it smashes into the cannon of the side of the boat as it comes through. The barrier is still there. So it's being slowed. So as soon as it comes in, it hits into the barrier and kind of skits in, like slowing that force of the tentacle coming down. And then it kind of comes crashing through. That, as a result of that, the damage is not as significant as it could be. They each take only 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the tentacle crash as it comes through. Creature is not done yet. The creature makes a multi and series of attacks here. And so the next tentacle strike as it whirls itself is over in the direction of the bow of the ship, which is going to target one of the masts. 3 of these crew potentially disable the boat. Comes across with another tentacle strike at the 3. This is going to be a natural 20.
Since the creature's so close, can I make it chrono shift that attack?
You're going to chrono shift?
Yeah, so it's not a natural 20. If that's
You
possible.
can.
I don't
No,
even-
you can totally do that. You want to do that?
Yep, I'll do that.
Okay.
It rolls another nat 20.
And he wonders why his character dies.
Yes.
Okay, these 3 are going to uncanny dodge as well. So they're now seeing the tentacle coming in, reacting to it. They're going to dive out of the way of it as it crashes down. They are going to take a total of 12 points of bludgeoning damage after the uncanny, getting out of the way, and the mash is crashed into, see, kind of hit in, kind of bounce from back, and then the wood cracks and splinters. And then now looking in the direction of the mast, you can see that the mast interior is solid metal. And it's a bronze metal, so it's like a cylinder of metal that comes upwards. And that kind of bounced, and the whole ship took the blow. Instead of the mast ripping off, it then kind of moved with the ship, and there's almost like this ringing tone that happens. So it's not just metal on the top deck, the boat is actually made of this metal. And so it's almost like an armored kind of clad ship here that's happening, it's being attacked. Now, the bite is going to come through, and the bite is at underneath the water. So now the whole ship is kind of coming underneath the tentacles on the other side as the creature is going to continue to press forward, moving in the direction, getting right upon the ship, and then pulls its mouth underneath the boat. Kind of grabs onto the ship and launches and kind of latches onto the boat. The boat is not going to go anywhere with the mouth kind of engaged across it. Not going to assign any damage. It's more like a grapple that the creature's doing with its mouth. It kind of holds onto the ship, and the whole whirlpool is kind of happening now. So your scene is traversing with you're still going in that direction, but you're now like going in a circle at this point. That's the end of Kala's turn. Maldor, you're up next.
Continue to shoot.
All right, so the creature now being this close, you're having to gauge what you can hit. Now the saving throws are going to come into effect. So you see as it's moving its tentacles kind of whirling them, ducking underneath the water, and so you're having a more close target, right? And so you're having to move the cannon. Creature is going to be successful. Takes half as much damage.
That's unfortunate. That will end his turn.
Okay. All right. On the end of the turn, you see as lightning begins to cackle downwards, another special, this time aimed in the direction of the left cannon to what it struck with the tentacle. Ferris, this one's at you.
This is a lightning attack?
This is lightning striking down through the barrier.
Yeah. I will absorb elements.
Hey, he's learning.
And then, oh, good thing I did.
All right, so providing the resistance, you're going to fail your saving throw. You're going to half the 28 with the resistance. You take 14 total points of lightning damage as it smashes downwards, trying to hold up your hands, take the blast of the lightning, then it kind of cracks and sends through you. You notice since you're at the cannon also resists the lightning. So it's not actually traditional metal where it's arcing through. When it comes into the metal, it seems to like stop its suspension to the rest of the ship, as well as the metal same plating underneath you from the wooden kind of planking, and so that suspends it as well. What are we doing?
So it's my turn, right?
That's correct. Yep, that was the legendary.
Yeah.
Good job,
we'll-
Varus. Now lightning punch it.
Yeah, we'll shoot this thing back.
Creature's going to succeed with a 19. Takes half as 462. Takes 231.
Man, alright. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that'll end it for me.
Okay. At the end of the turn, now coming across, the lightning striking pattern now, one and then twice, it's going to pass over in the direction of Thanos. Thanos, the lightning comes down.
I will also absorb elements.
Oh my god.
So many absorption!
TPK incoming.
So succeeding with the 25, you're also going to resist. You only take 3 points of lightning damage. You're able to get out of the way of it, and then it kind of comes and just sizzles through the barrier, kind of cracking and moving and shifting. So it's kind of hitting the forces coming down. Their Arcanists are still up, both of them, so they're still able to provide this protection.
All right. Well, since I just lost concentration thanks to her, I will go ahead and reapply my hunter's mark.
Yeah, you gotta get the 100th mark in.
Fucking
You gotta get that damage, baby.
Gotta get all the damage, man. It all matters. All right, and then I will go ahead and take my shot.
Okay. Come across with your shot, adding the Hunter's Mark. Okay, creature's going to succeed with a 26 on its dex saving throw, halving the damage to 238.
All right, I will end my turn.
Ending turn comes with another lightning strike, this one in the direction of the creature to the left here. And that is going to be another strike. Let's see what happens. I got the right one targeted. Okay. Creature is going to fail with a 14. Takes 29 total points of lightning damage. See as they're holding, hit in, sizzles through the arm, kind of getting out of the way, crashes into the wooden planks. Now seeing how heavy and well trained these individuals are on this particular ship, showing the health pool off. Lucar, you're up next.
You get a turn, Squid.
Now, can you see yourselves right now? Still don't. The big spinning circle.
The disco ray.
I probably lay on hands this Arcanist to full health.
Okay, you're gonna do a lay on hands to get them to full health. How many points do you have to give away here?
Am I at 45 now?
Sounds right.
5 times your level. Right?
Yeah, 45.
They need 49 to to get up.
Oh.
Full
Oh,
health.
okay.
So you're gonna put 45 to him.
I'll do 35 to them.
Okay, so
Leave
you're
it
gonna
10.
bring him up to 66 out of 80 for their hit points, showcasing how well trained these individuals are. All right, Lucar, so you touch them, begin to heal on the shoulders. Thank you so much, brother.
Give him hell. I'm probably gonna take one step back too, and like grab onto some rigging or something.
All right, we now come. Kala. Kala continues the attacks. This time, I'm going to go ahead and roll a die. See which cannon it's going to go after first. All right. Now, Dora, the cannon to your left is getting struck by a tentacle. It's making an attack roll against. Okay. They are going to use their uncanny dodges here. It's available to them at the end of the round. So 28 comes through. They are going to half the damage to 17 from the tentacle strike, as they're maintaining themselves, getting out of the way of the strike. You notice that they're kind of racing the cannon, holding to, getting under the cover, and getting ready to let a series of volleys go themselves come the time. Then, a tentacle strike is happening at the back right of the ship in the direction of the other Arcanist. That tentacle is going to come through and hit 4 individual targets on the back end, in addition of activating the fling with its tentacle. Okay. The 3 on the back end are going to be using Arcane. Arcanist does not have Arcane to use. So total points of 20 are dealt to the crew members of the actual Golden Hand. The Arcanist is going to take a total of 40 points of damage. And the Arcanist has been targeted with the fling mechanism of the creature. As it comes through, the creature is going to make a dexterity saving throw. So this is a little bit homebrew, obviously. If you ever faced a Kraken, this is not any Kraken that you've particularly faced. This is homebrewed for the fight. They're going to make a dexterity saving throw to try to get away from the actual tentacle as it comes through and then begins to turn itself and kind of curls itself with some of the suction cups, right? So Arcanist is moving and has to get out of the way of that. In addition, not being struck, they're struck and hit by the shoulder, and then the tentacles, the actual suction cups are sucking into their skin, and you can see them with a failure of a 6. They're picked up by the tentacle, and you see them begin to rise into the air about 80 feet, and then the tentacle launches them hundreds of feet off the ship into the distance of the darkness. You just see their bodies still flung off, flying violently. See as the barrier now begins to become diminished and halved. The creature then sets its eyes, its 3rd tentacle strike on the captain. Tentacle comes through just on the captain. You notice as the captain sees the strike before it happens, holding onto the helm, they look up in the direction of, and then the tentacle pulls itself out of the wire, then comes down. You see as they interact quickly and almost moving before they actually are struck. There's some sort of premonition that happens. They take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, still comes through and rakes itself against some of the woodwork and the plating. The helm stays and the captain holds fast. The bite continues to grapple the ship. Naldor, you're up next.
So the one that got flung is like hundreds of feet gone already.
Gone. Like literally 100 feet off the boat right now. Still flying back. Like still like you just see their shadow. And obviously the storm's happening, the lightning, so your visibility. And so you're just saw them like get ripped up and then kind of with the tentacle, they're like being flung hundreds of feet.
Yeah, so it is beyond 90 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Then I will just shoot you.
Is that a vortex warp?
Yeah.
Good try.
Try.
I'm so zoomed in, I can't put the template down. Hold on. There we go.
You can put it wherever you want. The token's massive, so it'll target it.
Try this again.
Just don't put it on the actual ship. All right, so putting 558, the creature is going to fail the roll. Takes the entirety of the damage. Takes the blast. Multiple chunks and shreds are kind of coming off of it.
That's my window. There we go. That went his turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Varys.
So if I get off of this thing, someone else will fire it, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'll get off of it and let someone else shoot it. Just so
C1
that
begin to pull back.
Yeah,
Grab on the
and then-
cannon.
I will cast Bigby's hand. Well, I didn't mean to attack with it right away, but I guess
It's part of the spell.
that
It's the
was
script.
what
What
I
do we
was
do with
gonna
Bigby's hand?
do. So, but yeah, I was
You're gonna attack with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Just-
you're gonna attack with Bigby's hand to try to grab the clenched fist on one of the tentacles.
No, I'm just gonna forceful hand and just punch it
gonna
in the
fist it.
face.
You're just gonna punch it.
Yeah. And what you'll see is Varys will draw a rune in the air and stick his hand through the rune, and then that's when the hand appears, and then he'll use that hand that is a rune covered on it to punch it.
Like a
And it-
Jaeger. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think I actually have a hand. Let me take a look in JB2A.
There's a giant rubber fist token. That's fine.
I honestly think that there is. Let's see. An actor for the hand. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think it's Arcane Hand is what it's called. You want blue, green, purple, red, or rock color?
Blue.
There you go.
So how do I make the hand make an attack?
Just giving him scritches.
So I'd probably state the. Let's see, because there's different methods of what you're doing here. So the clenched fist is the 48 force damage.
Yeah.
I think manually rolling this is going to be the best case scenario.
Okay.
There was a macro I had for Bigby's hand, which would pull out this fist, but I'm not going to give you that particular one because it uses Warp Gate, and Warp Gate has a problem with permissions, which was happening to Chris, by the way. So that's a problem now across the board because it wants to tap into the file browser. So I have to figure out a way that I can set that up that you can take advantage of that. So I think manually rolling it is going to be the best thing right now.
So it's a D20 plus 11.
Yeah. So we have the roll coming through with the 3 here, adding your modifiers plus 11. That's not going to connect. That's not going to hit. So as you pop out the Bigby's hand and kind of throw it out there, right, you can see that it is successful. I'm going to put a concentration here just to kind of cause a distraction. The creature's kind of trying to like move away, and the fist kind of comes in and doesn't really get a good connection. It's almost like a glancing blow, and then kind of zigs and kind of whirls itself back up, potentially on your next turn here.
So then that's bonus action and action in the first turn, right? Because it's an action to cast and then a bonus action to do the attack.
Let me go ahead and remind myself what the spell descripts. You cast a spell, and as a bonus action in subsequent turns, you can move the hand up 60 feet and then cause one of the following effects. So when you cast a spell, it does this. So your bonus action is still available.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then I'll just in my turn, I'll take a bit of movement to like kind of get by the mast, and then
Okay.
that'll end my turn.
Okay, ending turn. Before we get to Thanos here, the creature is going to take another legendary here with a lightning strike. And you notice as the captain is looking in your general direction, Varys, as you throw out the spell, you there! Begins to point where the arcanist was. See if you can't imitate my Arcanist. Get the protection back up. It just
Okay.
stares at you, holding the helm, as if to activate, take your action to do what the Arcanist was doing, potentially mimicry some of the actual things. We'll come to that. The lightning is going to come down, and the lightning strike is in the direction of the other Arcanist. So, comes through. That is going to be a fail of a 20. However, they're resisting the 34 to 17 thanks to protection from energy. So you notice that bulb sphere kind of takes and dissipates some of the static. Thanos, you're up next.
All right. Well, Thanos wants this thing to die, so he's just gonna shoot it with the cannon again.
Or they'll
Hunter
target.
Smart putting in work.
The Hunter's Mark doing some work, baby. Okay, creature's going to fail its dex save with a 10. It takes massive 564 points of damage. As it takes the blow, you can see it reeling back. Continues to thrash into the water, whirling itself around.
All right. I will end my turn there.
All right, ending turn. Lucario, you're up next.
Okay, so considering the only reason I came up here was to protect these Arcanists, I watched the other one get flung. It would be reasonable that I know which direction it went in, correct?
You do. It went on the port side of the ship, but the ship is whirling. It's being swirled with it, so it's kind of off the back bow now, port side. And you imagine at this stage, right? It's still in the air, maybe 120, 130 feet away.
Okay, so I'm going to cast haste on myself.
Okay. So I believe haste will be concentrated, so you're going to end the protection. Okay.
And then I am going to, so he would be back towards the end of the ship.
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and use the freehand tool here, and I'm just going to point from the back end of the ship with an arrow, general in that direction.
Okay, so I'm going to sprint my full new 60-foot movement. Okay. As I do, I'm going to pop out my wings.
Okay.
And take a leap dash, another 60.
So you actually will gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed and can hover. So you will be going twice your walking speed, which is 60, for your flight. So your movement speed is 30, so you're going to go 60 on a normal movement. Use your flight, which gives you another 60 to go, and then you can use your hasted action, if I recall correctly, an action economy land, to dash, which gives you another 120 feet of flight.
Oh shit. So I can catch him.
So you could catch him now.
That's what I'm gonna
basically
do.
can go to him. Okay.
That's fucking
So
dope.
I'm going to put you to the edge of the arrow, and then I'm going to put your token at 120 feet just of elevation to signify how far away you are. And then at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and grab the Arcanist and then reveal their position here and put them at 120 feet and have you both be off the map in that general direction. Okay?
Roger.
Okay. Welcome for the help there, Steven. I was like, action economy, I think you can move really fucking.
Yeah, flight plus haste is crazy.
Yeah. All right, we now come to Kala. Kala, at this stage, it begins to look in the direction of the other Arcanist with its first tentacle strike. As it comes through, whipping it around towards 3. Okay. The attack comes through, applying damage equally here. No uncanny dodge is taken. The one of the Golden Hands doing the mass roping and stuff as it's the time. The Arcanist is struck for a total of 24 points of damage. Nameless seems to resist the strike, looks in the direction of the Arcanist, and looks at the creature, and just kind of stares in the direction of Kala, holding onto the rope, and is just staring at it. The next tentacle strike comes through. This one is towards the stern, and it is aimed here towards the 3. I think I referred to bow back right. No, the stern back right. Apologies. That's behind Captain Morgan here. Those are going to take, after the uncanny dodges, 18 total points of damage. They're struck with that second tentacle. And then the third tentacle, I'm going to roll a die for the cannons. Okay, that is going to be the far left, so directly to your left here, Thanos.
Rip.
They are going to get struck with another tentacle strike. And they are able to half take 18 total here from the blow of the tentacle strike. It's at that point, the one on the top of the cannon has to make a dexterity save. Is going to succeed on their dex save with a 20. Is not flung by the tentacle strike. The bite continues to hold on to the ship. You notice there is black blood and ink that is filling around the creature now, swirling in the water, pigmenting it, showcasing the damage and destruction the creature has faced over the course of this battle. Maldor, you're up next.
You're gonna shoot again.
You see that the hand is like pointing to where you should shoot it. Like, get him here.
It's like the floating target indicator.
All right. So, creature says succeed, dex save, takes half, 263 applied. Another blast of the cannon.
It's gonna end his turn.
All right, ending turn. Before you start, Varys, we're going to go through a series of things. The first thing that's going to happen is a legendary. And the legendary here is another lightning strike. This is at you, Maldor.
I will absorb elements.
Okay. I will absorb the elements.
We're a bunch of jackasses.
Just them too.
Failing with a 5, you were going to resist the lightning to 12 points of damage as it strikes through and ripples. Kind of cackling. The next in the series is the other cannons firing, so there's 4 total that fire. I've actually been applying this damage. You probably haven't seen the number, so just FYI, to the base health pool of the real creature. And I have been rolling the damage blind, so there's not dice that are
Just flooding the screen, yeah.
But you mean
160
160 D20s? Yeah.
Yeah, not gonna lie, but that's a little bit much sometimes, right? So
That would be so wild to see. Like,
Imagine trying to do that
Well-
IRL, dude.
well, at some point, it basically what happens is it just stops rolling. You don't
Just
see it
stops
anymore,
putting
right?
them, yeah.
It just stops putting them out there. So as the creature, right, is now really, you can see there's a visible distress of the creature. The creature is pulling itself, is rippling, right? You notice there's a change, right? After the series of bombardments of these cannons, we're only on round 5 here. So this isn't that much time. 30 seconds so have passed of this. Just bam, 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 firing off at it. And it's reeling itself. It's pulling away. It hasn't been able to do the damage it needs to do because there's still an Arcanist up there. And the other one, right, was working on protection. The ship is still sustained, and it's also reinforced with metal. So it's really just showcasing to you all a little bit of how powerful the crew is, the ship is, and the creature's capabilities if it were to attack something that wasn't so formidable. But now we come to Nameless. Nameless begins to cackle with purple and pink lightning around themselves. And as they begin to cackle with this lightning, I'm not going to have a sequencer effect. I don't want to lag you all out, and since we have a lot of things happening. So they begin to cackle with this lightning, and they just hold out their hand in the direction of the Kraken. And there is a strike of that lightning at the Kraken as it begins to splinter from one epicenter around their body and through the head and through the tentacles. And as that happens, they're just holding it out for a brief moment and sustaining it for round 5. And you see as the creature is now almost slowed very dramatically by that effect, as if they're slowing the creature in some sort of stasis. All right, Varys. Come to you.
So, do I know, or how do I know how to? Would I even know how to do the same shield that they've been doing, or is it like a spot on the ship that they like activate it from, that I can activate it from?
I need you to make an Arcana check. 26. You've been up. You. Shall we say it, ladies and should we say it? Should we say it, gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, for the streamers too. Should we say it? Keen mind, keen mind.
Amen.
So you have been observing them. You've been remembering their movements, and it's not magic that you have particularly seen in your studies, but it has to have some relevance into the runes, the glyphs of the ship. It's magic they've imbued into the ship that they're enacting, and the mass, being the metal, might have something to do with it. They might be like Tesla coils or prongs, right, for this magic to enact. So really, it's just using the same verbal components and the somatic components and working with what you know as a wizard. With a 26 Arcana check, you can do it. You know you can.
All right. Well, I'm gonna sprint over there. Bonus action, Misty Step, to get to the spot that he was in. And then, oh well, my token's not there, but it'll be fine.
He fell
I
off the
think
boat.
Yeah.
Hold on, I think you're glitched out. Give me 1 second.
Oh, there we go.
You're being replaced with a newer version of yourself.
Look at this upgrade. I think if you Misty Step through an obstacle, it goes bananas.
Yeah. So, and then for my action, I will do what the Arcanist was doing and build with full strength.
Okay. So taking your action, then you begin to invoke, working with. You begin to move your hands and whirling. You can see the barrier beginning to reform and grow, still having some level, right, of disparity, but now you're kind of forming it and moving it fully health yourself. You begin to pull your magic into it as well, moving your hands, working with the verbal components. See the Arcanist to your far left is bleeding, electrocuted. They're kind of do a half falter and looking in your general direction. Thank you so much. Continues to work themselves. The crew members nearby pulling some of the pulleys in the mast, right, to get the ship hopefully out of the bite. So the crew's diligently working on.
All right. Yep, that'll be it for me.
Okay. We come to you, Thanos. Thanos does what Thanos does best. Fires away. Alright, see the creature succeed. Only take 246.
That's lame. Alright, yeah, I'll end my turn there.
Alright, Mukar, you're up next.
Okay, so I grab this man.
Oh, thank you! Oh!
I gotcha!
Uh,
And I'm gonna fly him back right next to the captain.
So we're going to put you basically going 120 feet as your movement here to get into space, and then going through essentially the same steps as you did before, right, in terms of movement to get here. So taking your hasted action or your regular action as the dash, get you back to the ship and land. So you can either have your hasted action or you can have your regular action, and then you have your bonus action.
Yeah, it wouldn't be another action for me to have grabbed him.
I don't think so. I think I'm going to allow that for free, just because the creature is recipient. I know in the rules we're saying grappling. We're going to have it be an action, but I think because of this, I think the creature, you're kind of almost like swooping and maybe just holding them for a brief moment, right, and then coming back.
Okay, I'm going to hand him a greater healing potion.
Okay.
Take one of those out of my inventory. Somehow. I'll do it in a minute. And then I'm going to fly back to this other guy. Well, I guess I'll just dash and get close to him. That'll be it.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, we now come to the Kraken. Kraken begins to speak telepathically as it pulls its tentacles back slowly and surely. I have not seen the power of the Devourer in some time. Begins to hold itself, still grabbing and rippling in the stasis-like effect. Begins to have vocalization of almost confusion, as well as peace. Emotions of the creature begin to flood in. Nameless continues to hold the hand, channeling this power in the direction of the creature. And as such, Kala can take no actions. Aldor, you're up next.
He's a little put off by that, but he's going to shoot anyway.
All right, creature succeeding takes 261, 522. Sees the creature showcases more of the blood, more of the ink. Multiple of its tentacles have been hit by the balls and exploded in multiple chunks. Ending turn, now come. Before we have this happen, we're going to go through some of the actions of the others, right? So we don't roll their initiatives per se. You notice that the one here is going to take their bonus to chug a pot. So potion of great healing coming off from the Arcanist over by the captain. They heal themselves for 11 total. And at this point, they begin to hold out their hands. And another particular spot, seeing you, right? So they're coming to the base of the staircase, seeing you over there, Varys. They begin to take their action, then the barrier fully reforms. Begins to grow on the ship, beginning to move the hands. And with 3 individuals, the barrier begins to be near complete healed and reform. Nameless continues holding out the power. But as they're doing that, Lucar, now that you're close to them, you can see that some of their metal and some of the bits and pieces of their robe is actually disintegrated and being pulled into that power that they're using, as if they're destroying themselves as they're sustaining and holding it out. Then another series of bombardments erupt from the crew. As the creature takes the series of blows, not wholly able to dodge out of the way of them, and multiple chunks and fragments off of this creature. See, as the captain yells outwards, "She's almost gone! Finish it off!" Begins to yell and grumbles, cheering and yelling. They then reach down, uncork a bottle of rum, chugging it back and forth as they're holding onto the helm.
Captain Morgan drinking rum. Who would have
All right,
thought?
Varys. Varys, at the start of round 6, it's your turn.
So it takes my action to keep up the shield, right?
Correct. Yep,
So as my bonus action, can I attack it with Bigby's hand?
you can. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'll do then.
Okay.
So it's plus 11 to that roll. So 16.
Okay, so 16 is the roll. It's unable to hit. As you come through another kind of glancing blow as the hand's kind of whirling and swirling and comes in for a swing.
That'll be it for me. I will just use
Okay.
my action to keep the barrier formed.
All right, Thanos, it's your turn.
Alright, we're gonna shoot this. Shoot it.
All right, creature succeeding on the throw takes 255.
That's on Forge. Yeah, I'll end my turn.
All right, Lucar, you're up next.
Okay. I am going to cure wounds. Arcanist right in front of me.
Okay.
Dude, Lucar just turned into an archangel in this fight.
I
Yeah,
know,
right?
just healing.
Oh, I meant to
Saving
do that. I meant to do that at level 2.
It's okay. You could roll another d8 then. The level 2 cast. We'll add it in. Alright, so total of 16 given to the Arcanist.
Okay. I'll lay a hand on the nameless shoulder too and yell stop.
You put a hand on Nameless.
On a spot that's not covered in cackling lightning. And not metal.
I'm just asking if you're putting a hand on Nameless.
Yes.
Okay, so you put your hand on Nameless and you can see it begins to pull your gem structure away from you, disintegrates your hand. You then pull back for a brief moment, realizing it. When you turn your hand, you see bits and pieces of the crystal of your fingertips and where you just barely touched are like gone.
Fuck! Still yelling stop at it. And then I'm gonna leap off the side of the ship and hover in front of the Kraken.
Okay?
I'm gonna draw my sword and I'm gonna speak to it telepathically and ask it why it wants the Chosen.
Okay. You gonna end your turn?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Go and end your turn. We now come to Kala. This is where initiative will be ended. To say you all can't take combat actions after this is said. It's entirely up to you. So, with the bite of the Kraken still upon the ship, the stasis that has been put out by Nameless continues. You hovering with your gem flight and your wings crested over and pointing down, the sword drawn, telepathically commuting to Kala. I am commanded by Damodar to bring an end to the Chosen. For they find themselves as allies to the Devourer.
Is if Damodar commands you, is he not also allied with the Devourer, for he wields his power?
Power that Damodar has is given by fate and fate alone. Is what you do with this power. I have lived centuries upon centuries, millennia. I have been from the very point of creation. I am one of the sea. I have known all creatures. Whirling and the stasis still up. Cannons still raised. Captains still laughing. More cannons. The crew members have prepared fire as the captain yells. Let her have it. What do you all do?
Yeah, I'm also going to shoot my cannon.
I
So
think
we heard, we all heard that, right?
Correct.
I think at this point it's kind of like a lost cause. Like in my head, it's a lost cause, and then like because she's so aligned with Damodar, or he or she, whatever the Kraken's gender is so aligned with Damodar that I will try to hit it with the arcane hand again, but then with my action just keep the shield in place just in case.
Okay. So I need no attack rolls from you all. The bombardment begins to ring outwards from the cannons. The hand comes around with a smack. You can see it struck multiple times as the whirls of its tentacles come through. It then begins to slowly begin to drape its tentacles as they crash down onto the water. And then they begin to slowly sink as the whirl begins to stop. And the grasp of its mouth releases from the ship. And it's a very slow thing, and the ship begins to correct and right itself, pointing back in the direction of its heading. And as they begin to reload the cannons, preparing them for another volley, sees the captain. That is enough. We've done it! Slayed a Kraken. The golden hand. Tales of old will be told of time.
Luca, fetch us a trophy.
You see the last tentacle begin to pull itself. The drape of the black blood and the squinting murks the water. The storm cloud begins to dissipate. The lightning ceases. And the rain softly instead of heavily falls down. And then there is a wave of emotions flooded of sadness. And of despair. Then nothing. Each of all of your minds. Pulling us back to the map. Crew then begins to return to their posts. Getting up to the crow's nest, observing if the Talthars had seen this, right? These ships on the horizon. The darkness and dwindlingness are kind of begin to be patched up by some of the Golden Hand crew, as well as others bring potions out to the storage compartments underneath for them to drink, for them to bandage and heal. They begin to use their magic to invoke fog, create another barrier. They take no trophy. They take nothing from the creature. They simply allow it to continue to sink. The bottom of Cedric Bay. The rest of the crew go to work on repairs, fixing some of the work done, fixing the damage done by many of the tentacles, especially that of the foremast. Lucar, you're hovering over, looking in the direction, hands swirling around you. Anybody doing anything?
I think, like, not actively doing it, but, like, because Varys was so impressed with all the arcane, like, feats, he's gonna try to, like, learn how all these cannons work, and, like, if he can, try to, like, learn how to make one. If he can, like, maybe, like, you know, put, like, a details in, like, a book on how, like, if I want to create one later, this is how you would do it.
So you're jotting down notes as the ship carries forward on its journey towards the port city of Alathan. Anybody else?
Probably just hover, you know, sadly watching the thing sink for a moment before getting back to deck and succumbing to haste exhaustion.
Taking a nap. So Damodar wants us dead because he thinks us allies of Devour.
How does that make you feel to know that he is just as against the Devourer as you were at one point?
It's also interesting that Helm also tried to kill me because he thought I was going to be an ally of the Devour, even as I was fighting it in his name. I'm rather sick of people deciding who I'm allies with and that I should die for it. I am about ready to just summon the fool and have a conversation with him.
We probably should not do that on a boat filled with.
Yeah, perhaps not on the
people.
boat. Yeah. He seems to be the only one who's not been forthcoming with his motivations and his plans. Everyone else has been rather straightforward, whether we like them or not. It would behoove him, if he wants us to stop this pursuit of destroying him, to tell us what the hell he's actually up to.
My
This
only
might take an all
problem
die.
is I don't know if I want to work with someone who really doesn't care about, or I don't even know if I care what his motivations are, if he's willing to, like collateral damage be damned, get me those chosen ones.
He's a bastard. I don't ever see a world where I align with him, but I could see a world where perhaps we put off his destruction in favor of destruction of worse things. We have many forces aligned around and against us. It is merely a question of the order of operations as to whom is destroyed first.
I've never been in a war, so maybe this isn't my place, but I would be careful to not be so caught up on destroying everyone against us that, you get caught up in the destruction yourself.
Seems many of those decisions have been made for us. Else we continue to have these sorts of things pursue us for the end of time.
I mean, yeah, fate is a weird thing, It feels like agency's taken away, but don't let it guide your actions. Take accountability and do what you think is right.
There is no fate. There's the machinations of beings who deem themselves more powerful and worthy than those below them.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Still, I still want to help as many people as I can.
Agree. I want Damodar off this plane. I want everything outside of this plane that continues to tinker and meddle with it to be destroyed. This could be a bastion of peace and protection for mortals. If only those who deem themselves better than mortals stopped tinkering with it.
I think that's a good point. And whenever he says that, I'll probably just kind of head below deck.
Okay.
And just kind of reflect on all that just happened, basically.
Because you're going in the direction below deck, right? Nameless is still up on the ropes, like holding it. They're just kind of staring off in the direction where the creature had submerged. They just look, kind of turning their head in that direction. You can see much of their metalwork is gone. Some of the different things are no longer there. They just stand there, looking. As they turn direction of the boat, they look left, they look right. They get down from the railing. and they go towards the bow. And they just stand there staring in the direction of east. That we're going to go take a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We are going to be back at 1:21, right, 1 p.m. PST-ish. Put that into the stream chat so you have that. And hopefully you join us for the second half of the session and see what lies ahead for the Ill-Fated. So see you in a bit. Bye.
Hi, Chad.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around, watching us. Really appreciate it.
Woo!
Okay, so where are we at? Well, we are on the sea, traveling. I'm gonna go ahead and just create our ambiance back with us here. Turn down the rain sound. It's not so loud. Let's turn on the wind sound effect. And we are heading in the direction of the port city of Alatha. So, you all have wanted to. This is going to be a couple more days. So, it sounds like you all kind of want to take some time. We're going to start off with the Arcana check. I'm not going to transition the scene back to the boat unless it's necessary, because that's just more processing power and stuff. So, it seems like, right, we want to look at these cannons. What I need in terms of a check is really an Arcana check to try to jot down notes and understand more of their magical mechanisms. Now, you've seen the propulsion, you've seen the stuff, but now it really comes down to like the metals, like what metals are here, maybe some of the schematics. So we're going to start with Arcana check, and then we're going to go into an actual Smith's check. So you're going to need to know some metallurgy type things as well as
I think it
properties.
would,
And
if possible,
Go for
pull
it.
Thanos up to like help me. You know, be like, hey, come check
Okay.
this out.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just
I
for like
would-
the Smith stuff. Be like, because I'm like, I understand that I know a lot about arcane, but when it comes to like creating weapons, I'm pretty clueless. I'm like, you know about this stuff, so. Yeah. So do you want me to make an Arcana check now?
Yeah, go ahead and make one.
Okay.
I'd like to point out we've been wandering around the boat just randomly trying to talk to Thanos and assuming he's there. And sometimes he is, and sometimes he isn't.
Yeah,
That's
there's like
pretty much
not.
how that works.
I was gonna say there's not like a lot of light, so yeah. So 15. Okay. So we're really working off with your previous check into this check, trying to understand some of the how this metal is working, and really the Arcana check goes into the contents, particularly of the vial, right? Of the liquid. So you're working with this, and you're trying to understand the components of the potion of the brew. And it seems to have something to do with lightning. So it has static electricity about its brew. It seems to be some energy that is almost like a liquefied lightning that has been put into an energy kind of bottle here that can be expended in the can. Okay?
Lightning in a bottle, if you will.
Lightning in a bottle. It's exactly how they call it. They call it lightning in a bottle. That's what the crates say. Lightning in a bottle. Bottle light. The runes, obviously, easy to inscribe. You have communication that they're more of like transmutation runes. You try to change materials and matter and then work with the cannon. Now comes into the metal part of this. And that's where chasing down Thanos onto the boat, you're able to find Thanos, hopefully, with some of the dim light. I don't know, Thanos,
It's like
what you...
Marco Polo.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, no.
I would just yell his name out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as I was hollered for, I would show up,
Okay.
see what he was doing, and if I was
Okay.
interested, then I would make myself known.
You check first before you become.
Yeah, yeah, no. Check first
What does
before
he
I step
want?
into the light.
Yeah, all right.
I love it.
So you need a Smith tools.
Yeah, I need a Smith check, yep.
Well, that was almost a 19.
It was almost a 19, yes.
Okay. So working with the Smith's tools here, with a 18, the metal that is here is you're looking at the weapons of particular crew members that are on the ship, and noticing some of the captains as well. This metal is interesting in the sense that it is not a metal that you have any familiarity with. In addition, it has a lightning resistance property. As I described the The captain has this in terms of their armor, and has this in terms of their weapons as well. It's a bronze-like metal, and just the fact that it's colored that way, but it's rigid, it's strong, it's resistant. And when you're trying to kind of even smooth and maybe even scratch or just try to take a piece, it resists that. And you notice that as you pull your thumb like across it, you can feel that there are little ridges in the form of draconic scales that are naked to the eye but can be felt as it forms naturally upon this metal.
You said the Arcanists were kind of helping Varys with this a little bit.
Yeah, so there, you can ask the Arcanists, as I stated, right, that they could help you with this. I mentioned that you could do that. I didn't say that would be
Okay. Got it.
happening, right? So that's entirely up to you both. If you want to keep this a private matter, if you want to involve the Arcanist.
I think I would, like, after getting the idea that these are draconic scales, I think I would just, like, go up and ask one of them and be like, what are these cannons made out of?
So working up to one of the Arcanists, they're now bandaged and working with the fog. The one off the, let's say, the starboard side, turns around, looks towards you. The darker complexion and face, now giving a description of this particular one. This one is the one that you saved, Lucar. They kind of switch places. The other one is taking a rest now as the night kind of comes through, so there's only one currently out here. They have braided kind of dread hair, flows down through a head wrapping of sorts, and the skin is tattooed with black ink in various parts of their face, coming down in rectangular-like tattoos. It is made of Beskar. It is a material that is found in only one place, was harvested, brought many wars, to 2 kingdoms. It is the pride and joy of the Temerian Republic. They hoarded it, taken it for themselves.
It's the pride and joy of the Temerian Kingdom, you said?
The Temerian Republic.
Oh, okay.
This is their cannons. We stole them.
I was about to ask how you got your hands on these. They're absolutely incredible.
They are very powerful pieces of engineering. We maintain them, mix elixirs when we can. We have various hideouts and isles that we maintain that are independent of any faction, any nation, and our apothecaries and brews are there. The Temerian Republic holds these elixirs in protected convoys and cargoes. They are kept in secret within the houses of Elyon, deep within their universities. This technology is new, but it is not new to the Hanunza Collective. We have been there before, the archipelago of Krikas. Their ships are equipped with these as well. It would seem that the Temerian Republic had sold some of their Beskar to this collective, to this nation, in exchange for what, I do not know.
So as far as y'all know, there's no natural way to acquire Beskar?
No, the mines on the Isle to the far south in the region of Athrena are dry. They have been for many hundreds of years. Beskar has long been foretold to originate from something instead of some place. But through the metallurgists and studying the materials, they were unable to figure out it's strong with its lightning resistance. It's dense, compacted.
Is that the same material that the ship's, like, inner workings is aligned with?
That is correct. We have taken great lengths to plate the ship in this material and enchant its lightning-resistant properties. To extrapolate them, protect.
So this is a more vague question, but going off of the information of where I come from, are our ships constructed in a more similar way to the Talthar's ships?
Yeah, you can imagine that of sorts. I would probably state that you don't necessarily rely on boarding as much as you rely on siege weaponry. So you can imagine you have implemented explosives that can be deployed from an arrow or a missile, right? So you're still in the stage of using missiles fired from ballista or scorpions, and then those will have some precursor to like a gunpowder, right? So that's where you're, talking about Glenmark and the Navy being pretty superior in the world. It's actually in the quantity of ships than the quality of ships. And then your technologies are in the pushing of going to a more natural approach to developing cannons. But you're not there yet.
But so according to me, who's like grown up around that stuff, the Talthars is still pretty unimpressive. Like that's a pretty crude way of like winning seafair battles.
Yeah, it's very crude. I mean, smashing your ship against another ship, that is basically sacrificing your position. It's sacrificing what you've created. So they're literally sacrificing to throw themselves upon you. But they do it for good measure. They do it because they have divine might. So they are paladins and clerics, and as well as untrained religious, soldiers on these ships for crew. But there's a reason why they ramp and get close, because then they can use their divine magic to smite, to shield, protect. They don't care about the ship. They care about the person, right?
Right.
That's what how their work. And so yeah, they produce ships, but they don't need to really produce ships. They'd rather an enemy land on the shores and they face you close up. They rather board you and face you in person rather than
Yeah, so
fire.
they're trying to turn like sea warfare into like conventional land warfare.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. That is really cool.
Yeah.
You can swim.
But I mean, this is all overarching writings in world building stuff, and I try to do the best I can because it has to be realistic with world building, right? So especially with the story, and so we talk about technologies and cannons and stuff, how this all go about. So this is how I wrote it. So hopefully it's cool to me. So appreciate it.
Yeah. And me and Father are gonna have some stuff to talk about when we get home. This is incredible. Thank you very much for sharing that with me. It was absolutely incredible to see y'all work.
Of course, and your magic as well was impressive. You have mastery that will go far. I have trained personally from a place known as Ruffling, Free Gnomish Society, but I am from Arthur, particularly from the Reskar Oasis, the Crystal Desert. I was once Ravashid.
Bless you.
What was the place he said he trained?
Trained in a city called Ruffling. It is Free Gnomish Society in the southern Picarius continent. So they did not start off as a trained wizard or sorcerer. You don't know if they're pulling from blood or if they're pulling from a spell book, right, with their casting. You don't see a spell book particularly, but they have long draping robes and stuff. They could have one chain. So
How do you spell that? I'm sorry.
Ruffling?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just like how it sounds.
Yep. It's a gnomish city.
I heard of this place before, or this is the first time I've ever heard of it?
If we take Varys to a gnomish city, he's gonna have a field day.
Yeah, probably.
I would probably say that you have heard of it in a context. Context is a place that has great studies and wealth of information. It is a port city, and its bay off the coast of its bay is the Isle of Torment, which had a period of history that was just referenced in terms of the getting into the artifact room.
Right.
So they were at that's the city that these mages could have came from in the university that's there. These mages that were on the Isle that went through that event, right? They could have trained or studied in that same school. Not to convolute details, just doing some overarching details of how this person was from the Crystal Desert, from the Ravashid, from the Oasis, a place that seems very far off, disconnected from the Talthars,
Right.
being on the other side of the mountains in this desolate place, and then goes through the steps of life to become this powerful with the Golden Hand.
And you joined the Golden Hand after your studies, correct?
I joined the Golden Hand with my studies.
Oh, okay.
I was part of the Golden Hand after I left the Crystal Desert in Lucia. I boarded a small vessel, smugglers. To smuggling I did not know that they were doing. But work was to be had, and coin was there. I did not have the strengths of other Ravashid, and I did not take certain rights. I did not earn those. Instead of living within the oasis as a free person, I saw other ventures of wealth. I saw what could be in the rest of the world. Working with them, they ushered me in slowly. They brought me to a new way of thinking. Like the Ravashid, like the people of the Crystal Desert, they wanted to be free, but instead of hiding, they were wanting to liberate, bring forth. Of course, they have their secrecy. They remain in the shadows. But when those that wish to come into the fold, they are brought anew. See.
You definitely see how that would be a very attractive lifestyle, especially if freedom is what you're seeking. This seems like
Yes.
the place to be.
When I discovered they were smuggling, I questioned the honor. But then they explained why they did what they did. Not to defy the law and order. The question of why the law and order existed in the first place. Its foundation. Its origination. They do not kill unless it's necessary. We don't waylay a ship unless they're carrying slaves or they're transporting cargo that would mean utter disaster for a lesser or smaller person, people. Yes, we have these cannons, and we have Beskar. It is not that we attacked Temerian warship. is that we were attacked by a Temerian, and we won. There is much more that I can discuss with you about the Golden Hand and the events of this ship, third that I have crewed on. You are a friend, and you have helped in slaying the Kraken. This is a great achievement. But you are still not Golden Hand. Something to speak with the captain. They are quite high in the hierarchy of this faction, this people, our people. Perhaps you might be able to work out something, and I can tell you more about the inner workings of our people.
One more question for you. What was it like studying with the gnomes? What were they like?
Pretentious. It was my second ship with the Golden Hand. We had docked in Ruffling. I had already had some talents with engineering and with shipbuilding. This was 2 decades ago. They paid. They gave coin. College. They put forth the efforts to make me an arcanist, which, in this organization, is unique. We use our magics to aid them, the crew, wherever they may be, whatever they may be doing, the captain, quartermaster. We are there for them. But we can go upon our own studies and do what we would like. We are not bound to the ship, you see. We're not bound to the captain. We are encouraged to aid and to acquire.
Thank you for speaking with me.
Oh, you're welcome. I see much strength in you, and will, mind. You can become great. And if this path is the one you choose, perhaps you can too become one like I.
Unfortunately, I have a bit of a situation where at home, I have people I must protect, so. As much as I love individual freedom, I have people I care about more and I have to take care of. So that's where my motivation to achieve greater things comes from.
Of course. Your choice is your own. In the Golden Hand, we have a saying. Life is best lived when choice is free. Tell your friend thank you for saving my life. I owe them a debt.
I'll relay the message.
Go back to working and creating a fog cloud.
I will walk up to Lucar and be like, "You saved his life. He owes you a debt now." Is what he told me.
I think while all of that was happening, Lucar would have been off getting very drunk.
Oh, well, if I seem very drunk, I'm not going to
Yes.
try to have an emotional moment with him.
Mhm. Yep.
I'm going to let him be.
As soon as I landed back on the ship, I'd have gone up to the captain, been like, "God damn, I need to buy as much of your rum as possible so that I forget the feeling of being in that creature's mind as it died."
You're gonna go up to the captain?
Yeah.
Okay, so the captain's up by the helm with Nameless. They're talking at the helm. You kind of walk up and look up, and the rain softly falling down, inquiring, you are free to drink as much rum as your heart delight. No coin is needed here. Simply go to the galley, ask one of the cooks. They'll fetch you your own grog keg, or perhaps you want it a little more potent, spiced, thick on the tongue, heavily brewed, and distilled.
Yes, that sounds excellent.
Get drunk.
Never leaving the ship.
And that is exactly what I will do.
Rum will flow till you drop on the table. Moves the hand and motions for you to continue. Direction of to the galley. Request to the cook, which the cook then provides easily. You get your own pony keg. You even get a 30-gallon keg if you want and tap it yourself. Spiced rum, grog. Grog is watered down rum, right? They have both. Most of the sailors, most of the crew are drinking grog, so they're at least somewhat alert for their stations because they're not at port. So, but you are free to drink to your heart's delight. The cooks are also ready to order, right? It's actually order now that dinner has kind of passed through. They can cook what you would like. They have all manners of tropical fruits and vegetables at their disposal. Different meats that have been salted or brined, dried, smoked. And so they have collections of various types of cuisines and foods that they can cook. In addition to these cooks here, the two cooks that are stationed on this particular ship, have experienced a venture across the world. So they themselves know that of particular cuisines as well as other different meals that they can make. Sometimes for the mass meals, they do common things, right? Very simple things. But you notice that some of the individuals who have sustained damage and they're wounded are down there drinking grog. They're off their station getting ready for sleep. They might want a couple different bits of food. They're having these various meals they're requesting from their homelands, where they come from. And the cooks are actually processing and making that.
I will, just because I'm curious, I'll grab Thanos and be like, were you standing beside me when we had that conversation? That's kind of what I'm...
No, I walked off after I didn't know what the medal was.
Okay. So I'll grab him and
Feels like a dragon. He's walking.
come have dinner with me real quick. And then because I'm curious if they know the cuisine of where I'm from. Because I've had a lot of, weird food here compared to what I'm used to. And basically, while I'm eating, I'll explain to them what Beskar is and how they think it might not be from somewhere, but from something. And how it's the Talmar, right? The Talmar Republic?
Tamarian Republic.
Tamarian Republic. Basically hoards all the Beskar.
Would I know of a type of dragon that would use lightning besides blue? Obviously, I haven't encountered one.
You got nature check. Dragon knowledge for you might be pretty challenging given your backstory.
There's not a lot.
There's not a lot that you have to work off of. I would say that you know that there are different types of dragons, and given the information you have now, you know that they have potential of these powers, this magic, right? The things that have been done and stuff that they can do. But there must be a dragon out there that can do, similar to that blue dragon, right? That as well. But you don't know color-wise and that sort of thing. I think that eludes you at this point.
Okay. Yes, it is very intriguing. Reminds me of Trezgol. Maybe I'll look into that when we get to town. Somebody must know something about dragons.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to a Lathan, I'm sure they'll have a library. I can look into Beskar more.
You go read the book, and I'm gonna go find people. I don't know how this is gonna work.
Sounds good. I know you're so good at talking to people, so I'm sure we'll figure it out.
We'll just corner him in a dark alleyway. It's fine.
Oh yeah, of course. Just like what was that halfling you scared the shit out of?
Oh, don't worry about Andrew. He's fine. I'm sure.
Who
I'm
doesn't
sure our
scare the
horses are in
shit out of-
tip-top shape too. And if they're not, well, that's fine.
You'll find out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a day. But thanks for your help. I have no clue how to what smithing properties stuff has, so I need some help there.
Yes, anytime.
And I'll probably, grab a weak drink because I'm no Lucar, and then go to bed.
Oh man, as soon as I got down to the galley, I walked around, threw out a few more cure wounds to some people who seemed like they needed it.
Okay.
Started chugging back some grog.
So
asked
you're
to offer to help
Yeah.
the cooks while picking their brains about all of this different stuff.
yeah, picking their
And it's-
brains. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, and as soon as I began seeing double because of the amount of grog I drank, I would burn a little lay on hands and start over.
Your little lay of hands,
Keep-
steering it, starting over.
Keep asking questions, just
So-
distracting myself.
Yeah, the cook's eager to talk to you, kind of helping you, giving you some information to maybe start learning cook's utensils and cooking of your own. In addition to that, the crew you're healing, right? They themselves are telling you thank you, being very, very happy to have you on board. Many of them kind of talking to you, saying, "Why don't you stay after Lathan, right? Why don't you stay with us? We could use you." Right, they're giving you shoulder pats and stuff, and still giving you space to get drunk. But they might be inviting you to play a card game, maybe even some chess, right? And they're putting coin down to bet as well, to gamble on the ship. So they're putting down purses of coin, potentially to invite you into gambling and to enjoy it with them as well.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
When I request a dish from where I'm from, what do they serve? Out of curiosity.
Are you telling them where you're from, or are you just saying?
Yeah.
Where
No,
I'm
yeah,
from?
I'm telling them where I'm from because I wanted a dish from where I'm from.
Yeah, I can make something like that. I can try. I'm sure I can come up with something. You see,
Man,
they
at the
begin
Thai
to
restaurant ordering a cheeseburger.
dig through, and they begin to put a little dish of scallops with kelp that has been brined and pickled, and then, in addition to that, sea cucumber that has been stewed in a broth, the juices of said scallops.
Man, I'm eating weird food here if that's what I eat at home.
I don't know what you eat at home. What do you eat at home?
Sea
Say it with
scallop
the
No, I was
Chipino,
curious,
baby.
what I mean, obviously.
Do I tell you what Glenmark eats?
Yeah,
That's kind of, so they eat a lot of shellfish and
Okay.
fish in general. They have a bordering of desert to their south, and then they have mountains to the west. So they might get large game meats from the mountains, and then they get a lot of fish and different things from the sea. They lack grain, so they have to import grain, particularly, and so you have maybe fruits that come through that accompany citruses and stuff, and then maybe some root vegetables, but mainly leafy vegetables, right? So like leafy greens and things. That's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
was
the
just
nature of
curious
it.
what someone from Glenmark would eat.
Yeah, that's kind of what the level is they're doing. They're pulling out fresh. Maybe they had traps set prior to the island. Maybe they were able to get some of these scallops, sea cucumbers, and then they have kelp and some other sorts of sea grass that they can use at their disposal to replicate what you have, and obviously fruits and things to put some citrus down. And yeah, that's pretty
cool.
much it.
All right, I'm good now.
You're welcome. Yeah, you good? I was like, we can come up with whatever you want.
No,
babe.
yeah, I'm more about what do people from my area eat?
Yeah, that's how I've role played it with others that wanted to be from there. So it's kind of just feeling that.
Sweet. All right.
I was kind of hoping for a Kraken bond me, but you know.
A Kraken bomb me? Yeah, Bobby. Maybe. I don't know.
I want to bomb me.
Kraken
Uh,
meat, so tasty.
Yeah, because I feel like
Rubber.
this is really interesting. I haven't asked that many questions about where I'm from. Oh, what's the general ratio of like people who study arcane magic versus just like people that are like do normal jobs within like the lordship of my area?
Sure. So Glenmark is a city state. So a city state is not, it's independent of a kingdom or it's a nation of its own, right?
Right.
So you have multiple isles that exist within the bay, and then the city state's just one city, and that exists at the essentially like a port city at the end of that bay, and then you have the mouth, and then you get the islands, right? So everything is dealt in the city, and then expands. You have a decent sense of nobility and structure with the hierarchy of the city state. So you have one lord, one ruler, and then that passes down to a council. That passes down into others that might kind of govern and control various outer laying towns and villages that the city state encompasses. And then you have maybe independent nobles that occupy their islands and facets of naval kind of areas where they construct ships or dock ships and such, right? So, to answer your question in terms of magic, magic on Balthus on the northern side with the kingdom Deadmorn, and then you have the undead Ebith, right? And that whole used to be region. They used to be their own kingdom, city state up there. You have an independent source of magic. So your study of the arcane is for gains that would benefit the city state. So they're actually studies devoted to understanding the undead of Ebith, why the undead exist, where they come from, and understanding necromantic energies and magic of that nature. Okay? So percentage wise, you'd be looking at like max 2 to 3% of the population actually study magic.
Okay.
The rest are more of educational. So you might have maybe plus that percentage in 6%, right, of actual like histories, studies and stuff, but they don't particularly maybe do magic, right? They're more of instructing soldiers and others that might be sent as envoys and messengers to Kingdom Deadmorn to help out in that war. They might be profiting across the way to gather artifacts and other things. So that falls into play with more of a noble-based, right, hierarchy, being like, hey, nobles, they might have the coin, they might have the power to send to train magic, they might have the access to those resources.
Okay.
A major part of Glenmark, major percentage of people of Glenmark are put towards the Navy. So either low-end private businesses for fishing, to the high-end traders, to the people on the warships, right? So that is really the largest percentage. It's greater than 50%. Does that help you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just
Okay.
didn't know. Like, I have an idea of what you wrote, but I haven't really asked about it too much, and I was curious, with all the.
Yeah, I don't think that's not really wrote in there. I think it's just really, up to you what you would like to do. That's how I've kind of interpreted it. So.
Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all my questions. Sorry for bombarding you.
No, it's okay. I think everyone's okay listening. Seem to be seeing the eyes kind of being like, okay. This explains a lot. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, is anybody else doing anything on the ship at this point? We have 2 days of travel here, so I'm just going to fast track it if no one has anything particular.
Finding out that the ship's made of metal, do they actually have a smith on board anywhere? Since it would be a little bit safer as long as they had ventilation.
You're looking for a smith on board. There's no
He wants a
smith on board.
forge. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no forge.
Light a fire
No.
on the boat.
No fires on the ship, except for
Well,
the
the
stoves.
ship's made of metal, so I was, hoping.
It's reinforced with metal. It's not
That's
made with
fair.
metal. They stated metal plating.
Oh, that's fair. No burning down the ship. Darn.
R.I.P.
Right. Dargan.
If this whole ship was made of metal, this thing would move. Okay.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is that like maybe it was made out of something like similar to palm trees, where it's super buoyant and.
Do you know
float
how
metal?
did you know how much Beskar you would need to make a ship of metal out of Beskar? You literally just explained it was like the rarest metal. Like you can't find it anymore. Yeah, whole ship's made out of it.
Estimated the Temerian Navy and took all their best.
Hey, you know, it could have been like a 5 million gold ship. It's fine.
Yeah, well,
I assume we're getting a rest. It's going to take a couple days, right?
yeah, you're all going to be going through a long rest. I'm just going to go ahead and fast track, right? And then we'll do a description of the city as well as the map where it's docking. So,
I will go to the captain though and finish off my some sailor training. Just be like, put me to work.
okay,
Let me learn.
finish off your sailing training. Okay, so go ahead and make note then of Lucar. 5 days worth of time spent towards proficiency in sea vehicles. Put that in your journal, right, of your character sheet. I don't have a way of tracking some of the stuff in the craft downtime activities yet. I've just been really busy with stuff, obviously, so I haven't even been able to work on modules and other errors. So, but we're playing. That's what matters. And for those that are working on the schematics for the cannons, you're able to write that down, take notes. You can you can know how to make them. You just need to source the materials at this point and understand what that material might be. For smithing, goes towards Thanos. And then resting, drinking, eating, comfortable. Okay? There's hammocks, and there are also bunk beds and stuff, and they share quarters. You're given a bed or a hammock, pillow, blankets, food, rum, water, juices. It's all there. So you're feeling like royalty here. Captain also doesn't have a whole lot, not pressing you to invite you to the captain's quarters and try to interrogate you or anything. You are under the protection or the friendship of Nameless, and that carries weight, especially seeing what Nameless is capable of. Nameless has not really shown themselves except for at the helm. They mainly take the helm because Nameless doesn't sleep. Nameless is always awake, it seems, always there at the helm, looking around. And so the captain really just comes up there, tell Nameless to do something else, ask, I should say, right? Take over the helm in the interim, or perhaps just to talk to them. It seems like the captain really likes talking to someone that doesn't really talk back.
It doesn't talk back.
So,
Speaking of that, I think
I did-
Maldor would find the captain at some point throughout this.
okay,
Chat.
for a chat, okay?
I had a
There-
curiosity as well to start getting better at this. What would the check be to create spell scrolls?
Oh, to make an actual spell scroll
Yeah.
that could be used by others, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's not just for your own. Like, I want to learn a spell. Okay.
Yeah.
So the poisons, potions, and scrolls. I.E. on the crafting. So you can go into the welcome binder, the introduction binder there. You can see that the spell is given a rarity. So you cantrip first would be common, second, third, uncommon. That rarity you're going to take with you, and you'll scroll up to the actual type, rarity, and cost DC table. And so let's say that I want to make a rare scroll. Scroll is a single type, so it's 2,500 gold pieces or 2,500 material, right? Whatever you can muster and find. And then the DC is 15. To make a scroll, calligraphy, cartographer, painters, right? That sort of thing. Now, wizards kind of fit into that bill, so it goes to your spell casting instead. And you have a way to do it passively, right? Or you can make it actively. So right now you're a novice because you haven't taken any improvement to making, you haven't done this really, so you have no crafts or checks made. So your passive would be 8 plus proficiency plus ability. So essentially be 8 plus your spellcasting ability plus that. And if you make an active check, you can see that it's simply just like a spell attack, right? So And it's just fitting in with normal things that you have. So as a wizard, you can make spell scrolls as part of your class features and stuff. And so you don't actually have to have a tool to do it. Albeit you could begin to work on it if you want to. That's your choice. So.
Yeah, I would just say like while if I have free time after the canon stuff. If I don't, it's fine. But I would
It
try
takes
to
2 hours for each spell scroll, right? So 2 hour per craft.
yeah, I would try to make 1 or 2 slow scrolls while we're making our way to Lathan.
Okay, so slow being 3rd level, going to the table there. That's going to be uncommon. And so cost for an uncommon single is only 250 gold pieces, so 500 total. And we can always say that reagent-wise and stuff, maybe you pre-done this, pre-bought them, or pre-found them.
Well, I have a ton of spell book materials. I don't know if that carries over to this.
Yeah, let's go ahead and say that's just a material, and we can just carry that over. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, so it'd be 500 gold out of that. And then the DC is 10, which is met by your passive. So it's just really at that point taking time.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yep. And
Okay.
I'll just
And
take
then-
the time over the next couple days to do it.
Okay. And then keep track of the number of crafts. So you've done 2 crafts, and you can say 2 crafts towards scrolls. All good there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and now I'm just going to advance the time clock to the next day, and I'm going to set it towards kind of dinner time-ish here. Wanting to have a conversation in Maldor with the captain, wanting to talk with them. You're going to catch them in the captain's quarters when their dinner has been served to them. Nameless is at the helm. I'm going to activate the captain's quarters, and I'm going to configure some of the sound effects here. So all your
What is that
tokens.
effect? Oh, that's not me. I was like, what is all this stuff on me? The,
Yeah,
the
I gotta-
icons were on top.
I gotta take the hay stuff. Yeah. Here you go. I think Varys is not concentrating. So your tokens in here just have vision. This is, I think, the first time I've been in the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters has a beautiful kind of candelabra that's stationed, swaying from side to side, held by metallic chain. It's crested in gold. The candles are up there and lit with light, hanging down over top of a large wooden table filled with golden kind of colored napkins and cutlery, and as well as the material being gold or silver. Goblets as well, stationed in tankards filled with rum. There's a nearby barrel tapped with rum as well. Wine bottles kind of in shelving units to stabilize them. There's other corner pieces here, candlelight giving that kind of ambiance to the setting. The captain is pretty much alone except for their bird that accompanies them. Bird is currently on the table, pecking at some scraps of food as the captain rips off some bread for it, and then is consuming their meal. You freely just walk into the captain's quarters. You open the door and you come in. You then shut the door at the back and let the rain and the wind kind of come in. There's lots of like rugs and other things in here of exotic kind of animals and beasts, and I've just put the artwork in there in terms of assets to kind of showcase that. The captain just looks towards you with the hat to the right. Yeah. What be the matter of business?
I had a bit of a curiosity, if you would indulge me.
I will indulge you.
You seem to have a certain ability to see things. That, in combination with your relationship with Nameless, leads me to believe that you have some level of association with the Old One.
What is it you mean, the Old One? Association. Are you drawing conclusions? Tell me.
The power that Nameless wielded in that fight comes from a place, a source, a thing. Are you familiar with it?
I am not familiar except from the magic that Nameless uses. No.
Perhaps I was mistaken. Given your particular reflexes, let's say, I thought perhaps you possessed something similar.
It is very possible. Let me tell you my story. You can draw your own further conclusions, right? I awoke in the Lathe, half naked, the beach, the lower dock. My rapier, compass, leather clothes placed nearby. And this takes the amulet with that rusted tankard. Does it fall? I was this age. This was many decades ago. I do not remember anything before. I have no recollection of this past life that I might have lived. So, perhaps in this past life I may have known, or have been, as you say, old one, the magics. It is very possible.
Interesting. And when did you meet Nameless, if I might ask?
Nameless. We found them on the Isle of the Blessed. This was many moons ago. Nameless does not speak, as you can tell. That might have drawn my impatience. But they showed me the magic that they have. Wieldings. Not even the power of my arcanists. Simply asked if they would wish to join us and use their gifts for a better purpose. They walked aboard. From then on, they showed me they know how to work a ship. And pull the aft and lateen, the pulleys, the rope where it needs to be. They have incredible strength, balance, dexterity. They are perfect crew. And they can do what it is you witnessed in the fight. This ship, the Black Rat, has not faced Kraken. But it is not I who have faced the first Kraken. It's my third Kraken. Seems drawn. The last ship we had did not survive its attack. We were able to call the beast.
This is not the first time a Kraken has come after us either. Barely
It says the
escaped the first
same things every time. It's devour.
The Devourer, that is another name for the old one.
Oh, is it? I proposed it was maybe these beasts' mother. Some bigger.
Not a Kraken of sorts, something much older, much larger. It exists outside of space and time. It is singular in its existence. It is something akin with the ancient primordials and birth of the universe, that sort of thing.
It sounds like greater powers that have no business implicating their ways into common life.
I very much agree.
You would make for a good golden hand. Would you like some rum?
Certainly. Thank you.
Grabs one of the tankers on the table, needs to fill it from the barrel, sets it down, slapping his rub, gets the spill from it, walking on their peg leg, they sit down onto the chair. Begins to pet the bird. Hand! Good for golden hand!
There is the person who sent this kraken in particular is the one who commands the dragons and is waging war in the south.
I, Damodar, master of dragons.
He also bears powers from the Old One, yet the Old One seems to want him dead. That is what we have been tasked with, so it would seem.
Tasked with fighting who?
Damodar.
To face them. Seems like a fool's errand.
As do many. We have slain one of his dragons.
You slay dragon. That's cool.
It was a small one, to be fair. And we had help of giants, but the alignment of all of these forces, these external beings, these deities and extraplanar entities, it's all very vexing. I was a servant of Helm, sworn to destroy the Devourer hundreds and hundreds of years ago in the Astral Sea. Fought it longer than I can remember. And Helm, through some sort of divination or prophecy, decided, or was told, that I would be responsible for unleashing the Devourer, the Old One. And he tried to slay me, which apparently is how I ended up here. So I find myself wanted by a deity for allegiance to an entity that at the time I was only sworn to destroy. Wanted by the Master of Dragons for allegiance to an entity that he also has some connection to. I grow tired of powerful entities meddling in my fate and my business. He's going to fish out the green stone that he carries. You mentioned that krakens have a way of finding you. It could just be your association, but have you seen anything similar to this?
No, not seen something.
Seems
What
these
is
are the.
it?
It is the essence of dragons. It is apparently the key to robbing Damodar of his control over the dragons. It is how we were able to slay the first one. There are many of them. We have some of them, but not all. He has a habit of sending his underlings and creatures that he commands after people who have them. That's why I was curious if you might actually be in possession of one without knowing. I suppose if Damodar's creations are the things coming after you for your allegiance to the Old One, then if we slay Damodar, that will be a problem that stops plaguing you.
We draw many conclusions. Talk and you talk and you talk and you work yourself into what you know. It could be, it could not be. Perhaps Damodar is not even in control.
That's true. I originally had presumed he was under the control of Devourer, but knowing that the Devourer wants him dead, that seems unlikely at this point.
What is it you're asking me?
I do not know if there's anything else for me to ask. I simply was curious about your relationship with the old one, if how much you knew about it, but it seems that it's a bit of a mystery to you. But it serves you well, obviously.
They've not died. Is good.
Yes, and from what I understand, you won't age either.
Surely not.
I'll take up any more of your time. I was simply curious, and my thanks for indulging said curiosity.
It is always good company.
Your crew seem like good men.
They are as ripe and as fine as they come. It has taken many decades to find a crew as capable as this. We serve our own self-interests. We get coin, liberate, free, bring forth rum. I meet every so often with the counts in the location that changes. So, it's there that we will bring perspectives into the fold. After we have them for a time on the ships. Your quest to slay dragons. There is not much I can do to aid you in this quest. I'm no slayer of dragons, nor do I wish to be.
Don't advise it.
And this crew don't wish they would see that as either. What I can offer you is if you find us, we see each other again. Perhaps I can help you to slay dragon.
Keep that in mind. It's appreciated. What are your thoughts on slaying a god?
I don't think that would be a good idea, though. Slaying of a god.
Seem to be full of bad ideas.
There are many innocents that are caught up in the wake of the deaths of big, powerful things. But there might be something the Golden Hand can do.
It seems that I will never be free until I slay at least one. But that's a problem for later.
It is a problem for you. Your life has been put to great purpose. Such bondage. A soul that wants to fly free. Pity. You are dealt such a shit hand.
Indeed. But perhaps one day I will wreak vengeance on the dealer.
Yes, you will, I see. Is your name again?
I'm Maldor Gentile.
gave you this genteel family.
My creator, I suppose. Bit of irony, perhaps.
Well, Maldor, I give you the title of Maldor, Kraken Slayer. And I will tell this to who I will. Go with your party, slay these dragons, earn more titles. Perhaps I will Perhaps I will title you some other slayer of God. Maybe God the Butcher. No, that's taken from
One title at a time.
Yes, one title at a time.
I'll
Enjoy
leave it
your
to it.
dinner in the galley, or perhaps Brigadier. We can have more conversation, but I think you have come to conclusions. Yeah?
Yes, I will leave you be. Thank you for your time.
Very well. Marvak, how do you like your bread?
I like it. It's good. It's very good.
All right, so we are heading in the direction of Lathan. This is the next day here is when we're going to be heading in. So I'm going to go ahead and set the current date to the 23rd of Aerith here. I'm also going to configure the time you're going to be getting here in the afternoon. And then I'm going to go ahead and go without any ambiance. I'm just going to be hitting on a description of what you're seeing and where you're going in terms of docking and such. Okay. Is there any questions anybody has for me or anything they want to do prior to this? All good?
Other than the like spell scroll things, how would I add those to my inventory?
Yes. How to spell scroll to your inventory in Foundry? Actually, it's incredibly easy. So do Control Spacebar while your character sheet is open, I should add.
Yeah.
Okay. Click your inventory on your character sheet to make sure that's out, I should state as well. And then you're going to search slow into the search bar. You're going to find the spell, which should be the first one on the drop down, or the drop up, I should state. You're going to drag it into your inventory instead of your spell book. And so by dragging it into your inventory, it turns into a spell scroll.
Oh, that's very easy.
It's I was gonna say. So you'll see spell scroll there. You have the one for lightning bolt there, and you can equip this item. So you can create 2 of them. You can also make quantity of 2 if that's your choice as well. So you can make them independent. It's up to you, right? It's up to you and how you want to use it, and then you equip it. It's basically consumable at that point. And you just equip them and they'll be there, or you can not equip them and just roll it off your character sheet. Easy peasy. Yeah, it's super easy. Spell scrolls and polymorphs, like wild shape stuff, like Foundry. Brilliant job. I gotta say, like, that's so good. Some things need some work. So we're getting up. We'll see. They're version 11 is in prototype 2 right now, so it's looking pretty good. But yeah. All right. So leaving off the ambiance here, just put a little bit of an undertone. Let's see. So this one. Why not? All right. So coming into through the bay, you now are setting your eyes on a large and expansive city that overlooks Cedric Bay and the heart of the Gorn Valley. Lathan is known for being the largest port city in the entire continent of Arthuria. Okay? It is the beating heart of Baelder and operates as somewhat independent of a governing place, right? It has its own functioning to itself. It is like a dependent city-state, if you will, now, being under the reign of the Talthars. The city does not contain any walls nor towers to protect it from intruders. Farmland, common folk, begin to sprawl away up very much like a San Fran level of vibe. So multiple tiers as they kind of expand away from a city center that functions itself a little bit upraised from an upper and lower dock that's split from a massive peninsula and outcropping of rock that extends reaching into the water with lighthouse above. The housing is of a variety. Straw thatching, stone slate. It really is up to the person who has the house and the coin that they have to put to the property. Noble manors, they exist inside of some of the outer areas. As you know, there's some buildings that might be bigger. They might have their own little walls, right? And then attached to the city center, nearby a large council-like hall building with multiple different facets and pieces that are attached to it. That as well, it's getting bright. Oh, turn down the camera. That as well has a noble surrounding district. I'm gonna activate the map here, but I want to go through the description first. Now, there is wind that rains over this place, and rain that howls through. We're still in the Gorn Valley, and there's a relatively unshelteredness about this place. It kind of takes a battering of times. The main road comes sprawling from the city center, aimed to go east, then runs along the massive it's now at the mouth of here of the river delta. We're looking at multiple miles that this river is spanning in width, and the main road of cobbleness kind of worked itself uprise up nearby the road. Now, the most impressive thing, there's two structures that stand out to being the most impressive in the city, and this is where we're going to go ahead. I'm going to activate the map. I'll put on the district map for you all here, and then I'll configure it so everyone can access it as they will. Okay. Let me see here. I gotta configure the map. All players. So this is the district map here. So there is a Colosseum here, and it sits in the bazaar, surrounded by a wall that's very short, just to kind of create a barrier from the roads that come around, the main roads that filter into the upper dock or into Cheapside and thereby the lower dock. The Colosseum is many hundreds of feet high, built from sandstone and reinforced with wooden raft beams and pylons. There is a slight canopy cover that extends over, and it's just this large superstructure, right? The superstructure that sits in a realm of small, and that's why it stands out to you, especially since it's at the lower ground with the city kind of coming and working away up the hills. The other structure is the Grand Library. It is impressively built from solid bricks of stone with circular dome metal glassed windows that provide natural skylight into the structure. And so there's reinforcements of metal into the stone superstructure, and there's sprawling trees and gardens that grow around it, and a large cobbled road and pathing that exists on its east side, which is somewhat blocked from your view right now. So these are all things that you're observing and you're seeing. You see windmills perched upon the large cliff sides that are kind of working themselves left of the city, so that would be north of the city. And then the river delta funnels through with kind of farmlands and little bridges and trees and things in between their own homesteads that exist, and that's on the other side of the river. And how I constitute the many miles is I include that river delta into that mileage. So there's actually like homes and things built, stilts and stuff for the farmlands that are naturally irrigated on the delta. Okay, so the map showcases a little bit of the river size. I will actually state for you all, and probably prompt groups, is that the maps for my cities and towns will be changing. I'm actually going to be starting to learn and investing in a drawing pad. I'm going to be making them on Photoshop and actually drawing them out by hand. I find that the assets that I've been using and trying to switch through things and just creatively not really happy with the way they look. Then I haven't even done any post processing with them to shadow them in, just because investment of that, just because I'm not really happy with the style. So there is the lower dock, and that is where you're currently headed in terms of a ship. So you are traversing to the south side of the peninsula with the bluff, with the lighthouse, as it's traversing. And there are multiple fishing ships that you're now passing through. These ships are very small. They're not big ships by any means. There's some dinghies, right, and other things. Common people that are fishing. Then there are larger trade ships, and they're making their way out towards the bay. They're making their way out towards the blockade. And so your mind goes, well, I thought the blockade stops ships, but they seem to go. And one of the things that you notice at each of these ships is that there is a commonality to the sails, white with red, signifying trade ship. And then on the stern or the top of the crow's nest, there's the same flag, and they have the symbol of the Talthars with a white backdrop, which is basically the symbol of Paylor, and as well as a cresting of different feathering and things, which stands out, right? Like, why are all these trade ships that hit the same thing? And they're heading for the blockade. They're leaving. That's interesting. They're not supposed to be able to go to the blockade. So that immediately kind of catches your attention, okay? The lighthouse is stone structure, giving off an immense amount of light. There's not an oil let to it. It actually seems to be some sort of orbish thing that's just glowing out like a sun, beacon of sun up there. Maybe some magic involved. The structures of Cheapside, sandstone, straw thatching. They're encroaching up that peninsula as they work. The upper dock comprises completely of Talthar naval ships. It is a dry dock. There's a dry dock there, shipwright, and then there are warships that are stationed there. So the same style of those frigates, as well as transport ships, are there. And a lot of it is somewhat empty because they're right out on the blockade. And it kind of lingers a little bit, maybe with you, Varys, coming from Glenmark with their dock and seeing this and going, hey, well, it's not like that big, right? I expect this to be far more impressive. I think that stands out to you as a character. That the Talthars just don't invest that much into their navy as Glenmark, which is a smaller city. It's just a city-state, it's not even a kingdom. So the lower dock is larger than the upper dock, and it has your traders, your businesses, ships, and fishing boats and all that. There is a aqueduct that filters in to the bay, and it creates a channel of sorts that separates the river a little bit. And there's also a sea gate. And the city operates to raise and lower to change the influx of water. So the ships that are out there are not going to be bashed by the river, and vice versa when the tide changes. So there's a whole expansive thing. There's a massive jetty of stone that comes down with multiple towers to observe and report, right? And there's just ships coming and going and pushing, and the large sandstone wharf and a jetty, right, as it forms there. You're now going into the river. So you're going a little bit upriver. You're not actually coming into the lower dock wharf dock area. You're coming upriver to the right of the sea gate and the jetty, and you're going to be parking in on the side of that dock where the river is kind of pushing itself. It's very slow. The current's not really impacting this ship because this ship is large, and obviously can't really go too far upriver because there's a bridge, and then it might change in terms of currents. So giving you food for thought. Now we're going to go ahead and description, I should say, and then now giving the map here. Okay, so I have your tokens down onto the board. Most likely I just did a copy over for particular spots. I'm going to ahead and transition this, and then I'm going to go ahead and create ambiance noises. So you're docking like a normal ship. Okay, they pull the sails in, and upon coming into observable range of the upper dock, they've actually swapped the sails to what the sails look like of a trader's ship, with the white with the red, as well as the stern flag with the same symbol of the Talthars at the back. with Crow's Nest as well. So they've done that swap. They've now come up. They're parking themselves along. They're on the towers, these wooden sandstone towers that are kind of structured with staircases internally, working up in spiral or squared off fashion. They have crane mechanisms with pulleys and hoists. They're city ran, and there's some representatives with Cedric Bay Company, currently posted with some of their similar colors to themselves, assisting and helping lash the boat to the dock. The number on the tower, there's just a number on it that's large and impressive of metal, slightly rusted, and it gives note that this is this particular spot on the dock. Okay? Not going to go into depth what the number is, right? Unless we come to that information, we need it. So you then lashed on to the side of the dock, pulled to, and then they're also going to drop the anchor. Right, so they're slowing, pulling up the sails, working together as unified. A lot of crew are on top deck doing this. People are below deck, putting things away, storing them. The barrels of the cannons are getting lids on them. They're kind of tucking them away, moving them. They're not hiding the cannons, they're not hiding these things. And to you, that's all strange, being like, oh, it's like the town guard here going to see this? Like, what are they doing, right? They just don't care. They're going to lower the they lower the anchor down, and the ship kind of crests to a stop, lash to the edge. Then, the crew that helped Cedric Bay Company, as well as the city, actual shipwright kind of crew for the city, they are beginning to plank up towards, right, bringing out like a large kind of piece of wood in terms of a bridge, reaching that all the way up using some rope from the Golden Hand, working together, docking the ship successfully and allowing people to disembark off the boat. Then you notice as the captain's giving instructions to different members, they are getting off the boat, talking to some of the Cedric Bay as well as the city folk, then going up in the direction of the tower, and they begin to move the tower with this large crane and pulleys and nets into the direction of the scuttle. They begin to open that up. Others begin to make way into the city, taking off their cowl, as well as the robe, just pulling down to their armor and weapons, removing their kind of colorations of Golden Hand, and heading into the city, potentially to get shipments, get wares, they have a storehouse, that sort of thing. Captain, nameless, just at the helm. Captain's giving out orders for those that walk by. Position nameless, putting on the hand on the shoulder, giving orders nameless as well.
Excuse me, Captain.
Aye, what is it?
So that Coliseum we saw, is that a good place to make coin, or what's kind of its purpose?
It is a good place to make coin for those that are worthy. The Colosseum used to be for trade. The bazaar was placed within to shelter and shield from the wind when the Layton was growing early. But it has long changed to a fight. Gladiator Colosseum it is. Blood sport. Hosted by House Cooleriz. Now it is supplemented by many noble houses and houses of Layton that would take stake in the game with their fighters prized. There is individual and group competitions held by week. You want to stake your claim, maybe you can talk to House Cooleriz and put your name in, or House Fortune in favor. They hold ledgers as well.
So we could use some more coin to
Then coin it is.
fund our adventures. Excuse me,
Yes.
I'm sorry. What were we gonna say?
No, you excused. You didn't want to hear what I had to say. You wanted to rush off. We'll go for it.
I was just gonna see if my party was interested, but I have time to listen, of course.
No. I understand you want to get to the salty brine, get yourself a nice person to,
Yeah, of course I want to hear what you have to say. You've been very helpful.
I was simply going to state I don't know what the stake is now, the grand prize for winning. But you can make wagers and bets on the House Fortune in favor. That I've heard it is quite profitable.
Is participating in the games profitable?
There is no coin to just participate, because it is to the death. You die if you lose. In group comp, I heard it is different, just a little bit, but still, you must win.
But if you if you win, you can make a lot of coin.
Aye, lots of coin.
Of all the people in the party to be the bloodthirsty,
I
gambler,
know. What the
Yeah,
heck?
like,
How
you
left
kill some
field.
bitches for some money.
Let's get some money,
No.
baby.
All right, I'm gonna go see what the rest of my party wants to do. Thank you for instructing me on that.
Of course.
I'll just kind of group up everybody here. So we do need money. We're not running low by any means, but you know, funding our ventures could be, and also gaining experience. I thought the Coliseum might be a good place to test our battle strategies out before we go to the marshes.
You want to put my revenge on hold?
Like I said, we could do it at any time, but I thought it would be a good place for us to train. We are a little bit rusty. We haven't fought in a while.
Did you get any
Would get me more
details?
crossbow bolts.
They leave
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of gold behind at the Mage Tower,
I
and
know, I was gonna
now
say.
they're interested in money.
I know.
Are you
I was
fucking
literally
kidding
just gonna
me?
say
Well,
that.
I mean, that's stealing, but if you're going to murder people for money, that's fine.
That's right.
Wait,
That's fine. We
that's-
draw our
that's
line
up
on
the alley of
stealing.
3 people.
I want to do some
It
combat.
would be
all right, I'm
borrowing.
just giving myself a reason to do some combat.
Right. Did you
And
give
I-
any details on the, like, who would you be fighting? Or what?
No, I have no idea. I think that
We have
that-
made Varys bloodthirsty,
He's ready to kill everything.
and he did not agree to ask questions first.
no, this is
That was just Maldor and I.
this is Peyton that wants to go and do some combat.
I am fine with
I-
signing up for
But I'm
that.
Killing
using-
a kraken wasn't enough.
I mean, we didn't really. I mean, that was mostly the cannons that did that. So I wanna go and see what they have to offer. But I mean, also, if you want to hold off, we can come back at a different time, and we can just pick up the supplies we need and start heading towards the marshes. I definitely understand that line of thought as well.
More money means more crossbow bolts, which means more killing.
I mean, we have enough money that if we want to do this afterwards, we definitely can.
Do we though?
We have 13,000 gold, so
Why are
would
we
say-
here exactly?
That's
Are
where
we
the boat was
here?
going.
that's just that's just where the ship was going, right? So, what say you? Because when you look, the marshes are pretty close to here. I mean, this could be a strat where we go handle. You know, we buy the crossbow bolts that Thanos has desperately desired for months now.
You should buy many crossbow bolts.
Yeah, head into the marshes, take care of your revenge quest, and then come back, and then
Well, if you think If you
recuperate
think
some
the
money.
Colosseum is worth investigating, we should do it while we're here.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't have a problem with checking it out.
I mean, I
These
think I'm not a big fan of the idea of killing people for money, but depending on the stakes of the combat and how it works, we should at least find out.
I'm just thinking, as far as our finances go, we could definitely use money, but it doesn't have to be in that fashion.
I mean, I'm down to find out what it's about, and if I get to shoot some people,
The first step should probably be getting off this boat.
yes.
All right. If we can go. But do you want
Captain-
to pick up your crossbow bolts right away, just in case anything happens?
I have
We should do that
32 of
instead.
them. If we get into a fight going to an inn, we have bigger problems.
We've had bigger problems for months.
Yeah, we've
Okay.
definitely had situations where we gotten
There's at least a 30% chance a kraken shows up before we get to the inn.
So okay. Where's the smithy? We can go to the smithy. That's fine.
Yeah, I think we should go directly to Bayou Crossbows, and then we'll find a place to stay.
Okay. So going for the smithy, finding crossbows, and finding a place to stay. Sounds good.
I
Anything
do
towards the
have to go in a
Amos
couple
before we
minutes,
depart?
though.
Yeah, we're gonna end. We're gonna end right now. Anything
I
you
would,
wanna...
I would probably ask the captain before we disembark what their plans are, where they're headed next, where we could find them if we wanted to see them again.
You may find us here in the Lethan B, but beyond that, we can.
Wherever the winds blow.
Damn right.
Is there
Winds of
someone you
change.
trust we could leave a message with in town if you're not here?
There is no one that I trust but my own. We leave no one ashore.
It's probably smart. Nevertheless, we thank you for your hospitality, and Nameless, may we never meet as anything other than allies.
Turns and just looks at you. Don't say anything, obviously.
Right.
Captain just puts up the hand, turns around, and just continues shouted orders. You all begin to disembark, headed for your ventures in the city of Olathe.
Yep.
At this point, go ahead and end our session, so that way Deuce can hop off, and we're not doing too much stuff without Brendan with us here. So
Oh yeah, well I got to go below deck, throw him over my shoulder, and grab his.
I know I was saying this is a good time to stop in case Brendan wants to do something on one of the 5 days, right?
Yeah.
Beyond just brooding. So I'm gonna go and calculate some experience points. Deuce, you're free to head out, and then we can just tell you what those are. Right? We're not doing any level ups or anything like that. So.
Yep. Sounds good. Catch you guys
We
next
didn't get
week.
enough to level up?
Bye.
What do you mean?
No,
We didn't level up?
We didn't get an entire level?
we did level
Wait a
up.
minute. we
What?
Well, we
demolished
killed a kraken.
a beast that has been around since the beginning of time.
We lose experience for that because we're like
You're right. Hold
deforesting
on.
the planet.
Hold on. I'm gonna take away the cannons. We're gonna do the fight again. No cannons and no help from the Arcanus
No
protecting.
cannons, no
the
pirates.
All right, TPK, everybody. Okay.
Hey, they didn't lose a single person in that battle.
That is true. You spared a great number of lives. All right. Let's see.
But no, yeah, I really just want to find a fight. We've done a lot of role play. I want to do a
It's hilarious too because I'm at the point now where there's just so many questions I would like answered and so many people I would like to speak to. It's like
Yeah, Lucar
We've-
wants to
we've
talk.
sh-
Varys wants to kill everything.
we've shifted.
yeah. Well, secretly, I love combat more than everything else, but I don't play a character that is super bloodthirsty, so I have to rein it in. But every once in a while, I'm like, "Fuck, man, I just kind of want to fight."
that clip from Vox Machina of Grog been like, let's kill fucking everything is the best.
Let's feel fucking everything.
All right, so we have 1,652 experience each, but you have 52,247 experience total. All right.
But then I thought about it. I was like, either way, whether we go to the Colosseum or the marshes, it's about to be a fucking slog. So, of a lot of fighting.
Yes.
So maybe I shouldn't be such in a rush.
I mean,
Yes.
we definitely need to get back to the marshes, but also with our track record, if there's anything we need to do in this city, we should do it now
Yes.
because we may never come
Yeah.
back.
All
or
of
we
the
might not
items
be
of
here.
protection we can possibly find. I need a 26 AC.
I can't
Yeah,
attune to anything else. So
I know Deuce is like, oh, Thanos' revenge and stuff, but you know, this is I mean, you take the opportunities when you have them, I guess, and you are here, and taking this as an opportunity is something that I would suggest, me personally. But you know, I've had parties before. They just venture forward. They want that adventure. They want to get going on it, and they take no time here. And that's entirely up to you all as a group. So kind of have to find a good balance and decision. Be like, hey, we won't spend a whole lot of time. We'll spend maybe a few days, right, and then we'll go. That way you're not sitting here. But I've had other groups where they're just like, hey, I want to take some time. I want to figure this out. I want some more information. I want to study at the library. I'm going to learn a trade. I've had people spend literally months here, just fast track.
Yeah.
Doing so.
Again, Varys, giant library and a giant coliseum. I want to go kill shit.
Yeah, yeah. You have two choices: library, coliseum. Fuck the library, coliseum, murder. Yeah.
I've got
I
enough
did,
books.
I did a lot of lore. I did a lot of lore
Just
questioning in this session. So I was like, I
There's
want to
too
fight
much
something.
lore in this campaign. I want
Itchy
blood!
fire fingers are back.
Yep, the Meiji
Yeah,
fire
exactly.
fingers.
Itchy gravity fingers at this point. I don't really do. I do so much gravity magic.
So I'm gonna get the stream closed out here. So we did have somebody who said hi in chat. Eris01013. Hi, if that's how you pronounced it. I said hi to you already in chat, but we can say hi in person.
Cool.
Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Join us next week, Saturdays at 11 a.m. PST. Hopefully you join us then. And thank you so much. So we'll see you and bye.
Bye. But yeah, that was